This river exciting here. It's a bit louder than I want it to be. There we go. Turn it down back there. Thank you, Kadovka. Alright. Glad to be back to this. Alright, so last we checked out, found out Haru's possessed by a god. And this god is of no use to man anymore. We tried to kill Yasu, and that did not go well. The spider protected him. So we wasted 2 nights so far killing people. So that's where we are currently. I don't need food today. That was what he said after the feast ended. Why? Huh. I suspected Mama Kaori, so it'd be kind of awkward. It really didn't seem that way. He said that with Kaori nearby, and with a full smile at that. Mochi being chaos incarnate is just weird. I don't mind. It's important to suspect everyone. Thanks, but I already decided. I'll have some tomorrow, though. Sorry, Mom, Kaori. Bye. Wait, where are you going? To the dorm. It's dangerous in the mist. About that. There really was something there? I think something might have already happened when we went back to our rooms in the evening. That's true. It's not like there's a lot of sense we should all spend the day together. I'm not worried either. Yudai is the biggest obstacle here. Both figuratively and literally. He is way smarter than we give him credit for. What? Then I should go back too. I'm not wasting time here. What an ominous line. Though, I do think we should be in a group. After all, other people might start to worry that you'll use the mist to do something. Oh, so it's possible that I'll attack someone. Glad you understand. Okay then. Bye-bye. Pranced in the mist. Oh dear. He has me beat. Yeah, you can't beat Mochi. Mochi is just... You can't reason with the guy. Sorry, Mochi's the kind of person who doesn't care if he bothers someone. Masato, you should be more adult about this. Oh, yes, of course. I'm not hungry either. Bye. Oh, crap. Haru. Wait, were you even listening? People protested, but no one jumped out to stop her, so she ended up running away. This wasn't her just distancing herself from Kaori. This was the breaking up of the high school trio. Mochi was no longer comfortable around Yasu or Haru. I didn't know which. Either way, they were through. And Haru was still awkward about what she told Yasu in the feast, or at least acted like it. Don't mind it. Unless they're hiding something, they're going to apologize later. Yes, Yoshi. Can you help me? Huh? What a bother. Screw it. I'll do it. Fusayoshi, can you go check on them? I can do that too. Not a good time, Yasu. Sure, I'll do it. I accepted and waited for the moment for any objections, only to get none. Last time Takumi had said that the snake shouldn't go outside. Did they just not think about that at all, or had I already lost everyone's trust? Tell them not to worry about this too much. Alright, Rikako. Going out for a second to try to be a responsible adult. This is not fair. Sorry. Unfortunately, I can't wait for me to find time to kill you, I guess. No. I didn't really know what she meant by not fair, but now I was even more confused. Children are not fair. They're worried about, even if they do whatever they like. What a simple emotion. Hearing that made me kind of worried about you. Really? Well, my heart is throbbing quite wildly now. Why? You okay? Should I give you a massage? No. It went away just now. Ha! Get fucked, Masato. How can you behave like that in this situation? I'm going. I'm out of here. It's getting, it's getting a little awkward. The order of things have begun to crumble. Yeah. Took some items from the prefab, went to the dorm. Staying in front of Haru's room, I knocked on her door. Who's there? Fusayoshi. She opened the door. What do you want? She sounded moody, but there was none of the harshness from before. Felt more like she was perplexed. Probably think that I might have come here as a wolf. Gonna say something, but seeing your outfit should cause my mind to go blank. The fuck? Bro, don't. What about it? This is what I wear inside my room. Figured no one wore this kind of thing since the war. Oh, I just remember that Yasumi's people frequently survived on hand-me-downs. Probably from someone else here. The exact opposite of her usual weird fashion, but was strangely fitting. Probably her face, it went well with distinctly Japanese fashion no matter the era. Anyway, here, eat up. What's this? My hands, I had orange boxes of food, the same kind Shiemi had given me the first time. Like cookies. Easier on your stomach. Take 3. Oh, I never tried these. Thanks. You're hungry, right? You shouldn't force yourself. That's awkward. Yeah, I understand. I'll apologize to Kaori later. And to Yasu tomorrow. Yeah, anyway, see ya. She closed the door. Sharing with me too, right? Huh? Turned around, but I didn't see anyone. I'm over here. He sure was. His face was right outside the railing on the 2nd floor, almost right next to my feet. Huh? You jumped from the 1st floor? Like I could. I just grabbed onto the staircase and climbed my way over. Wow, you a monkey? Can't get down or up? What are you doing? Help me! He's stuck, is what he's saying. Went down the 1st floor, waited until he let go and caught him. Pretty light for a guy, so this wasn't a challenge. Made you blush, didn't I? Well, you did look like a small, cute girl, but I'd seen something I'd rather not while looking upward, so I really didn't. What are you doing? Fishing for laughs? No, I just thought you would spill the beans. Huh? I just think that Haru isn't the type of girl to go on the offensive like that. I know there's the whole thing with her grandpa, but it's weird to make it Yasu's fault, right? Was she just redirecting her frustration with her grandpa at him? But that'd be weird too. The Haru I knew wouldn't say anything that'd make it seem like she's blaming them. She'd just shrug it off. That's why I thought that you might have done something to her. What do you think? No way. Well, actually, it was hard to say that I didn't. What the hell was up with this guy's intuition? It's off the charts, man. He just knows. I just came here to scold you guys a bit and give you some food. Oh yeah, gimme. Did that and he instantly opened it. Oh, sweets, huh? Whoa, it's sweet, but really good. Love it, Hassan. Don't force yourself if you're that hungry. Huh. I just thought I was in danger of being poisoned. Kaori wouldn't do that. I feel like it would have already happened if someone wasn't there to stop her. What are you getting at? Can you go a minute without making weird assumptions? I do think that Kaori is a wolf. If I said that with everyone around, everyone would just think I'm a bother, right? But I'm saying it to just you. So you trust me. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't do anything that earned you the corruption, right? I feel like you're hinting at something with every sentence you say. If you really are, just let me tell you that that's not getting across. Really? Human society sure is difficult. What a child of the wild thing to say. Anyway, eat up, shelter, and sleep. And apologize to Kaori tomorrow. If I feel like it. Anyway, it's early, but good night. Son, are you and Haru wolves? Is he called all 3 of us? I mean, is he actually listening to the child? The child who gave us away? I couldn't let that question trip me up. Oh, it's fine. I don't care if you are or not. Or if I'll die or not. I just had a hunch that she grew stronger thanks to team up with someone. What they're after might be a good thing or a bad thing, though. But if it makes her happy, I'm okay with that. Hey, why are you acting like that's true? Huh? It isn't? Why are you suspecting me? Of course it isn't. There's no reason. I'm just thinking aloud. Be more confident. Really couldn't. You know how you have to show your work at school? Well, I get a lot of answers right, but if I don't show my work, I don't get credit. I really don't understand proof or whatever, I just know things. So, yeah, I could be wrong, but I really don't care. I never tried killing anyone, but from what I saw in the hangings, it really didn't seem all that fun or interesting. I want Yasun to survive and become happy, but that's probably impossible. Yeah, Kaori was a wolf after all. So yeah, just say whatever comes to mind. Do your best, Hassan. Oh, I almost forgot. Thanks, Hassan. Leave some of these on my grave. He tore off another aluminum package, all smiles. After that, I left the dorm. Mochi knew. There was no logic behind it. He just knew. That's Mochi in a nutshell. He is the wild card, absolute wild card. Despite that, he said he wouldn't do anything. That was a lie. He already voted for Kaori, so he was definitely following his intuition. Probably vote for me at some point, just because I seemed kinda shady. However, like he just said, no one would take his baseless accusations seriously. Even so, a vote was a vote. I was getting more and more of them. Would I survive? Don't become. What did she mean by that? Really didn't understand. Oh well, it's getting to the evening, isn't it? Sorry, Kaori. I even voted for you. It's fine. I knew you were just acting. Did you see how perplexed Yasu was? Your acting was really good, too. Really liked how you mentioned Takumi. And we're the ones who killed him. Actually, I was the one that killed him. You guys just stood there watching. So, I don't want to hear that we're a team at this point. I need one of you guys to actually kill the next person. An act where they praise each other's acting. After I met with Haru and came to the dining hall, she started talking to Kaori like this. In Kaori's case, it was a side effect of the madness born of her emotions and sense of right. In Haru's case, I told her to behave around Kaori, so I was relieved to see she did. So what do we do today? Once that nonsense was finished, she put on a serious expression. Situation was difficult and tense. Though it was just his intuition, Mochi was getting real close to finding us out. I told this to Haru, who said, but that's just Mochi, since he wasn't really influential. She wasn't wrong, but it was entirely possible the humans would reach for any possible lead out of desperation. Also, killing him would reduce the number of confirmed humans, and getting rid of him early would prevent any info from leaking. Humans would wonder why the wolves would go after him, which could probably be pretty bad for us if anyone saw me talking to him. Then there was Yudai. He was antagonistic towards me the most direct way. He set me up as the leader and would now try to expose me. His strange actions, like his vote, probably drew everyone's attention. If his words tomorrow were convincing enough, the idea that it was dangerous to have me as the leader would spread even further. Couldn't help but feel it was best to get rid of him early, but it was too late for that. Definitely be suspected if I killed him now, but I wasn't completely defenseless. Though, I was also concerned about how we saw him fulfill the promise to kill the Oribe brothers. Why? Because I had no idea what Kaori would do if we postponed that again, if only that she was more cooperative. Yeah. Yasu was as influential as always, and was considering my words as a new leader very carefully. Though he was a lot less powerful than he was at the start, not to mention he'd been protected by the spider once already. If that happened again, our situation would really be dire. Yoshi, however, was better left alive for now. Like always, he supported his brother while being staunchly opposed to the elders and the village heads. People who fragmented the group were helpful to us. The crow was dangerous at first glance, but as a false snake, I could only be in danger if his information contradicted mine. In other words, if there are no contradictions, I could use him to strengthen my credibility. Then there was the spider. To get rid of them, we had to kill either Hisako or Rikako. However, there were more immediate dangers. Right now, I had to pick one of those three. Oh, good lord. Let's go for Yasu. Again. I named some we had to kill today and provided some advantages of doing that. I hope they would understand, but... Why the laugh? I'm sorry, Fusaishi-san. You seem to have given this a lot of thought, but I put it to waste. No, she didn't. Did you touch the door? The only door that wolves could open was the first one we touched. Yes, I couldn't have survived another delay. She finally gone out of control. Is she going for Yoshi? We wolves could fall to a single betrayal, so unity was even more important for us than for humans, and yet she'd done this. Again, maybe it was my own fault. I made killing her sons the foundation of our alliance. Whose door did you touch? Yasu. Okay, we're good. That's who I was voting for. We didn't get him yesterday, after all. This night, I went to the dorm after waking up before you two even left. Was it unlocked? Yes, sure of it. Even opened it up a bit. Good enough. If we had to kill Yoshi, I'd have had to rethink my plans. Haru was looking at me. She was asking if this wasn't the right time. Yeah. There was no guarantee that she could spend a whole day like a proper wolf after Yasu died. In that case... Kaori, I have a favor to ask you. What is it? Can you die tomorrow? We would get rid of her. Didn't we agree that I would die after I killed both my sons? Kaori, think about it yourself. Could you spend the entirety of tomorrow like a proper mother who lost your child, perfectly hiding the fact that you did it yourself? Don't you think you would kill Yoshi right away to find peace? It'd be too hard for you, right? You've already done something without our knowledge tonight. You're not wrong there. Well, I don't mind dying fighting peace, but don't worry. We will kill Yoshi even if we end up losing. Alright, so I'll be hanging tomorrow. That'd help us a lot. I could only hope she pulled it off well. We then talked about how we go about it. Then we returned to the dorm. Killed Yasu. Like we agreed, they were the ones to do it this time. They used whatever farming tools they could find outside. Too rusty to make any clean cuts, so they had to stab him with a pickaxe and crush him with a hammer too. In the end, the body was barely recognizable as human, just like with Takumi. The only real difference was when we had to stop Kaori, who was bashing the remains while laughing maniacally. Good lord. Control yourself, woman. This is your son. That was the end. After calming her down on the dying call, I reminded her what she'd have to do tomorrow. Don't tell them about us. Deny having killed him. Be as emotional as possible. I'm supposed to argue against you? Guess this is the last time we'll treat each other as allies. Thank you for everything. I didn't really deserve gratitude. Kaori, thank you. We'll fulfill our promise. The two villains said their goodbyes to the insane mother. Both felt strangely defeated, yet respectful of her. Kaori's gonna die, huh? Yeah. Serves right. Anyone who feels sympathy for Yomabito is a traitor. I don't have to think stuff like that, right? Yep. I don't like how she acts like a good person. I don't need anyone like her on my side. You don't have to think that way either. It's fine. I'd cry otherwise. That's too exhausting. You can do that too if you want. You can ignore anything binding your mind and body. That's the privilege of being evil. What were you outside, Haruaki? A preacher? No telling. That's a secret of mine. Will you tell me if we leave this place? I'll think about it. How would I live after getting out? I wonder. I don't have any money. Would you help me out? You'd be fine with just a bit of money? I'd also need a place to stay, a job. I'll help you whatever way I can. Honestly, I'm not sure if we'll even be able to stay in Japan. Might even have to cooperate and escape. Yeah, right. Be way easier for you to escape on your own, right? Are you just being nice to me, or are you actually falling for me? Which is the right answer? If you say it's the latter, I'd say you're lying. I mean, it's not like women are hard for you to find, right? What's this? I thought you were more reserved. Since when was this something you like talking about? Well, I'm interested in it too, after all. But I don't know what to do about it. And I don't want Nichan to hate me. You liked him, right? What does that mean anyway? I didn't want him to hate me like being with him, and I wanted to try kissing him and stuff. It's more than enough. Isn't it more of a special feeling? Like the only one in the world? Well, aren't you innocent? Yeah. I won't say that there aren't people who feel a special sort of love. Isn't that what's normal? I don't know about normal, but with marriage, at least it's more like I guess this person will do fine. Great, thanks for ruining my dreams. Really? I'd say that being able to live together with someone's pretty exciting. Did you ever live with a girl like that? I did. Think it's indecent? Well, I won't deny there was a dirty side to it. Decent, huh? Became a wolf, killed people, got blood on my hands, even turned into a villain. And honestly, becoming filthy really wasn't a big deal. Glad you're not chasing me with a stick anymore, at least. Sorry about that. That was an accident. Natural disaster. Hurricane Mochi. Yeah, I'm actually kind of mad now. Why? I wanted you to be unexpectedly pure. Heh, what the hell? Will you kiss me if I asked you? No. Huh, so I'm not attractive, huh? You actually turned out to be way more attractive than I originally thought. But you're too young. What the hell? That's kind of mean. In not a good way. You're fun and interesting, and there's always been a deal breaker for me. That's exactly why I can't do it. Warped affection would get in the way. Warped. It is warped. We'd be criminals licking each other's wounds. That's appropriate for a pair of villains, right? Well, where are your arguments now, villain? Ah, the god comes out. How much of that was you? Who knows? But it seems like this girl is ready to take you in. Care to give it a try? No. You're fine with that? Sure, of course. A flourishing bloodline is always good. Even if the child is that of a villain? That is certainly its own manner of excitement. Perhaps if the evil you speak of mixes with myself, we might be able to bring down the detestable Great Lord Shadai. Well, do you wish to lay with me? Sprinkled some water around us and slapped her. Get a grip, Haru. Don't let her do what she wants. Ow! What are you doing? Tomorrow's feast is going to be rough. Let's get some rest. Good night. I don't think that I like you or anything. But I'm not just saying whatever comes to mind here. You taught me about evil. And I feel there's even more I could learn from you. I'm serious about that. Good night. Crap. She was becoming more and more my type of girl. Jeez. However, I also didn't want to feel even worse about my memories of events that never happened in this timeline. I really need to figure out if this god, that the goddess that's possessing a Haru, can actually remember the loops that I take as well. Or to what extent? Day 5 was the first time I ever gotten this far. To kill 16 participants without any intervention by the corruption, the wolves needed about 7 days. All the wolves were still alive, but that would change today. The humans could go on the offensive too. Something would happen today. Could I really survive this? Along with one of the wolves? The one who found Yasu was his brother. Without the elders around, he'd taken it upon himself to patrol in the morning. Finding his brother's remains like that must have been traumatizing, and I thought that is one of those responsible. Naturally, he went crazy. Unlike when he'd lost his mother, he wasn't crying. Who did it? Who the fuck killed Aniki? His brother's death made him more angry than sad. He picked up a stick and swung it around with absurd ferocity. He charged at everyone indiscriminately, and though no one was hurt, we all had to hide in our rooms for a while. The one to stop him was, of all people, Hashimoto. He was the only one who didn't lock himself up. I understand how you feel. Whether in accidents or war, your pain is shared by those who lose family. But the real battle will begin shortly in the hall. No matter what happens, this will be a tragedy for you. But facing it head-on is the manly thing to do, right, Yoshi? You must know this already. Threw the stick on the ground, that was that. Took some serious guts to face an armed delinquent and talk him down. This was our enemy. He's too influential. Kaori's playing the perfect mother who lost a child. Kaori's acting like no, she was crying for real. To her, the murder was his liberation from the harsh world, but was also the end for them as mother and son. When he focused on the fact, it came as no surprise that the tears she shed were authentic. I'd also made her kill him as thoroughly as possible, so there was that. Anyway, this was no time to have breakfast, and Yoshi insisted that we start the feast right away, so that's what we did. God, everybody on the left side is practically gone. Yoshi, divine sake. No. You need it to repel the corruption. I said no. Then let us begin the feast. The old hag was a goddamn human. Good, so he was a crow. Angry like hell, he stood up and shouted that at me. You got so few people left, so why haven't any of you hit a wolf yet? Say something, you lunatic. Those were just the results I was given. Oh yeah? Then who'd you look into this time? If you say you hit a human again, I swear I'll kill you. I found a wolf. Everyone present wore a poker face. Their feelings were completely unreadable. Say it then. Who's the wolf? Telling you to say it. It put on a burdened expression. If I was a human, it would have been extremely hard for me to accept that my employer and the one who helped me more than anyone else here was a wolf. What? Say it. To think she would kill her own son. No way. I'll fucking kill you. Killing me will change the truth, then do it, Yoshi. Yes, Kaori is a wolf. You're lying. I'm not. This must be some sort of mistake. Look at the state she's in. Masato, if that is not true, it would mean that either you or I are the wolves. What? The people still alive are. 4 unconfirmed humans. Take away Mako, and you got 3. 2 of them are wolves. No. With Yamawaki gone, we filter out more than enough. Without Mako, we have 4 unconfirmed humans, and only one of them can be human. I know I am human, so this has to be the remaining 3. So it has to be the remaining 3. Nonsense! I'm human too! And so am I. Mom, say something! Tell them that you're human! Of course. I would never kill Yasu. Damn right, who the hell's the wolf? It's all your fault! God, we're going with a psychotic breakdown again. Kaori-san quickly grabbed Haru. Huh? She was completely shocked for a second. You did this because you could have Yasu, didn't you? Oh, so she was making a mess of things. You. What do you think your son is? You're so obsessed that... What? Say it. So obsessed with your sons that you got completely insane. Brat, take this! She's gonna slap her across the face? Right before things turned bloody, the others jumped in and stopped them. Of course, they were in no situation to continue the scene. Their act, which was mostly sincere, left everyone stunned. Oh man, fight. I'll still say it though. Sorry for suspecting you, Yasun's mom. The one with the weakest reaction to the event, Mochi, said the line the least fitting the situation. You didn't you? Weren't you friends? How can you feel that way about the death of a friend? Basically attacking everyone now. It worked to show that she was a victim, but also made her a nuisance, just like Tai. She was doing what we agreed on. Well, I didn't expect this to happen, so it's not that shocking. Kamoshida, I already know you're fucking insane, so just shut up. Yoshi, think about it. If one of the wolves wanted to kill Yasu, Mami Kaori would have stopped them if she had to stab them. Yeah, she would have. Since this happened to me, she actually approved of it. Don't talk like she's a wolf. Yeah, I'll shut up for a second. Everyone only fell silent because they were tired of making loud noises. Still, silence was silence. What is it, lunatic? You already said your piece, right? Now I want to hear what the level-headed people have to say. With a tired voice that said that, hiding my face. You die. I want to hear what you think. Now this is unexpected. You're actually letting me talk. You'd talk sooner or later anyway. Fair, might as well give him the floor now to avoid a more decisive play from him later. I won't say anything that's useful to you. I have no clue what you mean. That makes this a bit harder. You're not confident? About 70% certain. More than enough. Very well, I'll say it. Apologies, but I think that we should make Fusaishi the sacrifice for today. Holy shit. He went and said it. However, it's not like I'm good enough to proclaim with certainty that he is a wolf. Why? I'll present a few possibilities now. Here we go. He's going to say that we agreed that one of the wolves should hang tonight. First, Fusaishi is a real snake. Oribe is a real wolf, as are the four remaining. That is how we operated until now. So far, we haven't had a single wolf. We have one today. Yes, because I threatened you yesterday. That is brilliant. That is a brilliant theory. So that was the story, huh? Fuck. Well, now, like Kyu said, there could really be wolves among the four remaining. I worry that the answer is no. Then let's set that possibility aside and consider a few others. These ones are only possible if someone who claims to have a guardian actually isn't one. Does anyone understand that? At this point, only Mako didn't. First of all, let's look at the possibility of the monkeys. Me and Chikamochi being liars. This is extremely unlikely. We revealed ourselves when everyone was still alive, and no one came out to deny it. And since we can vouch for each other, monkeys are good. We get it. Move on. Next is the possibility that the crow is lying. The crow being Yoshi. He revealed himself on the third day, 2 days ago. By that point, we'd lost the old man who cried wolf, Miro, and Serizawa. It's not impossible that the crow was among them. That's why no one spoke up against him. Or maybe the real one saw the fake reveal as a trap and didn't know what to do. Its coming out would lead to the wolves killing him. They eventually died, having never revealed themselves. However, the ones who died then were Makishima, Yamawaki, and Yasu. This is just an assumption, but I believe these three would have revealed themselves before they died, or rather, right after Yoshi came out as a crow. Basically, was it impossible that his intense reveal was just a bluff? The crow's a fake, then there'd be real wolves among the ones who were lynched. The old man who cried wolf, Kanzo, Tai, there could even be more than one. I didn't lie. The old farts we got hanged were all human. And finally, possibilities that the snake, Haruaki, is a fake. Here we go. He revealed himself on the third day, so the conditions were the same as for Yoshi. However, he declared that Miro, Yasu, and Haru are humans. The only one still alive is Makishima. Haru looked at the floor and fell silent. Miro and Yasu proved their innocence by being killed. However, that isn't enough to prove that Fusaishi is innocent. A false snake can still tell the truth, after all. Because the wolves supposedly know who the other wolves are, right? Exactly. Oh, one more thing. Also possible that both Fusaishi and Yoshi are liars. But I find it really unlikely that the two of the Guardians were dead on the third day and they happened to replace them both. Well, unlikely or not, it's not impossible, but anyway. What do you think is the safest thing to do here? Hang everyone shady. One option, but it would take too much time. Let's think about what to do today. Get to the point, fatty. Yoshi, are you actually... No, I'm human! The crow, damn it! Yoshi, stop being so aggressive, and Hashimoto, you should get to the point. Everyone's hungry and stressed. Apologies, though, let me say it. Do you believe that Yoshi is most likely the real crow? Huh? And I believe that Takumi had a guardian of some sort. Takumi? Yes, after all, he said he couldn't die yet. He'd noticed it too, huh? It also looked to me like he had something to say, and the wolves could have noticed that too. Not very conclusive, is it? Can't deny that, but finding hard evidence during the feast is difficult. Therefore, must consider the possibility that the wolves made some observations acted based on what they saw and succeeded. Yoshi really doesn't seem like that type of person. He doesn't look like he can calmly observe people and act convincingly enough to pretend to have a guardian. You're too brash is what he's saying to be a smart person. I'm sorry. You're saying that that's the kind of person I am? That's a personal attack. Do you think I'm a chameleon or something? In a different situation, it'd be a compliment. Anyway, the thing I'm worried about most is whether or not he's the real one. If he's a fake, then Haru could be a wolf too. It would be possible that Kaori is being framed. Everyone turned a suspicious eye on me. Crap. Kaori's tragic weather act was working too well. Everyone wanted to believe her more than me. Keep back to based on his investigations, we would have to kill Kaori. Then 2 or 3 more people. Then there would need to start suspecting whether Yoshi or Oribe is a fake or not. During that time, the wolves would kill as many people as we did. It would be too late, and that's what I'm worried about. So pardon me, but that's why I want Fusaishi to sacrifice himself for us. We'll know if he's real based on Yoshi's power. And if he is, we will lynch Kaori and try to corner the other 2. If he's fake, we have to start suspecting Haru, who we claimed was human. No. Stop. I honestly don't know if we will win with this. In the end, it would most likely be a matter of luck. However, if we let him do as he pleases and let him create groups that he should and should not be suspected at will, we have find ourselves with a problem we can't solve. He'd have already done his job as someone who determined who did and did not have to be suspected. If he's really a human, I believe he should really sacrifice himself for us. Oh. I expected something like this. Seems reasonable, but really wasn't. Seemed kind, but really wasn't. Even so, what against him won't be easy. His guardian position, appearance, and impression given everyone were too powerful to overturn. Was the best angle attack through logic or emotion? I decided. I would simply be myself. I have a counter-argument. Yes? You underestimate the value of numbers. Everyone, Hashimoto included, seemed confused. Quickly began to explain. I'll explain on paper. Look. I prepared an inkstone, got some water, dipped it with writing brush to soften it up. Watch Rikako do this before. Then melted the ink, prepared some paper, began writing. Shikamochi, monkey. Yudai, monkey. Yoshi, crow. Haruaki, snake. Haru, human. Kaori, wolf. Kiyono, nothing. Rikako, nothing. Meiko, nothing. Hisako, nothing. This is our current state. The circles are confirmed humans, while the 4 triangles are self-proclaimed and those I investigated. If we trust all the triangles, there are 5 possible wolves and 5 humans, a complete tie. The humans will hang the suspects, while the wolves will kill the confirmed humans, so it will always be a tie. Understand? Everyone nodded. I appreciated that. In this situation's worst-case scenario, specifically if we don't find any wolves besides Kaori and let them do as they please, you would soon have an equal amount of humans and surviving wolves. That would ensure the humans' defeat, because it won't be able to get a majority when voting. Yes, and looked at Meiko. She looked worried all day long, but when her eyes met, she became moody. What was that all about? Keep Meiko alive. It's very likely she would vote with the wolves. What? You're a dummy. A poopy dummy. A few hid their face, stifled laughs, surely. Regardless, based on the reactions, how she responded, they were all clearly concerned that she was the badger. Didn't want to kill her, but it would be inevitable this time. It could be inevitable. That happened and the wolves became wolves plus Meiko. The humans' defeat would be confirmed. If we don't hang either Meiko or a wolf today, we would instantly be in that situation. Assuming you and Yoshi are real. That's the scenario I'm referring to, yes. And I realize that's what most of you are worried about. Listen, everyone. I know for sure if we don't kill a wolf today, the humans' defeat is sealed. When you hang me and find out I'm a human, it will be all too late. Hashimoto is certain that I'm suspicious, suggesting you to just hang me so you can see it as he does. But the choice between believing me and believing him is a choice between life and death. You might trust him more than you do me, but are you aware of the weight this decision carries? Can you trust the idea that has led you to such a fork in the road? Silenced. Let me live and hang Kaori. If I live tomorrow, I will reveal another human or wolf. We know who all the humans besides Meiko are. Human victory would be assured. If I find another wolf, I would have to survive another day. But after that, again, human victory would be certain. 3 people would be hanged, 2 would be killed, and with that, this massacre would be over. All you have to do is trust me and let me live. Hashimoto, his logic seems sound, but what do you think? Oh dear. I accidentally counted Meiko as a human, and I'm the one who mentioned the badger. You don't trust me, but I don't think you should let me live at least one more day. No, I don't actually. Why? Why'd you say he's based on the wolves have 4 votes, so we have to lower that number? We don't know who the wolves are. If we believe you, it's Oribe. But if we don't, it's not her, but you. You are self-aware enough to understand you're also pushing them into a grave choice that could kill them, right? What a counterattack. Completely certain that she is a wolf. While your confidence in your idea is 70%, mine is 100. But the same can't be said about the rest. Probably already noticed it, but there's a way to prevent the human's defeat today, and one everyone would accept. It's lynching Mako. Everyone slowly looked at the girl. Damn. He wasn't wrong. Hard to accept, but yeah. It's also something we wolves would have to do to emerge victorious. Also, if we had her die in this feast, we could have Kaori with us for another day. No, that wasn't good. Kaori had to die today. Because if she lived, Yoshi would be the one dead. She'd go out of control. On top of that, if I didn't prove my legitimacy as a snake, Hashimoto's argument would see me killed tomorrow. Wait, there's nothing we would learn from killing the little girl. She really is the Badger. The crow would only find out she was a human. The snake would reveal another one of us, but the truth would still be a mystery. Isn't that ultimately just putting off the same decision? Well, there's no guarantee that the snake would survive this night. In fact, very unlikely. Aren't we already in a situation where our fates are decided are outside our hands? No need to be pessimistic yet. The spider could still be alive. You're probably the spider. See, if the spider protects Fusaishi, the snake would survive the night. We can hear what Hassan has to say tomorrow and decide whether to hang him then. It'd help Yoshi too, so maybe we really should hang Mako. He was the only one to whom today's vote would have a different meaning. He had a choice between believing the snake or Yudai and his mother. Wait, are we really going to kill this little girl? What's the difference at this point? We've already killed 3 people. We don't even know why she's siding with the wolves. Shouldn't we try talking to her first? Mako, you must not believe the wolves. I hate you. Get a grip, Mako. You're human. If you side with the wolves, they will kill you. I won't die. Hey, Mako, will you really help the wolves? You big dummy. Couldn't get a read on her at all. Why was I the only one she was so antagonistic to? I have no idea. Crap, they could just believe me. Hey and Kaori would really remove a wolf. That would make me more trustworthy since the crow would reveal his mother's identity. Everyone would accept the tragic truth. Failure meant death. So it wasn't a case of high risk, high reward. It was all or nothing, a matter of life and death. However, I was really out of options here. Allow me to suggest something. I already used up all the info I had and said everything I could. First, let's choose whether we hang Mako or either Fusaishi or Oribe. Former is a time extension, while the latter is a choice between victory and defeat. Keep that in mind when choosing. If the former wins, we simply do it, but if the latter wins, we vote on whether we hang Fusaishi or Oribe. Wait, we can't vote for anyone else? Let the vote spread out, the wolves can take control by voting together. Can't lose a single human right now. You don't have to worry about that. After all, both suspects are wolves. However, his emphasis on how heavy the choice would be probably made everyone partial to hanging Mako. What was I to do next? How would I deal with the aftermath of killing Mako? Another thing, it's already kind of happening, but I think you should be in charge right now. No one objects, certainly. As if anyone would. Then let's hold the first vote. Uematsu, if you please. Haraki, the brush. Give it back to her. With that, he reduced to a mere suspect. Now, those who want to lynch Mako, please. Wait. What is it, Kaori? You're all planning to hand Mako, aren't you? Everyone looked at each other. That was probably the consensus, but no one understood why she was asking that. Is there a problem with that? That just won't do. I won't be able to die. Crap. Well, there she jumped up and faced Yoshi. Now kill Yoshi. She then extends her hands before her. Huh? What? Die like Yasu did. She reached for her son's neck. Next moment, she was blown away. Hashimoto tackled her as fast as he could. It was incomparable to Takami's tackle from last time. Weight and momentum was on a whole other level. Do you do sumo? American football. Dude, he would be one hell of a linebacker to get through. That's for sure. Smart, charismatic, and strong, huh? The guy had no weaknesses at all. But... Mom, hey, what are you doing to her? Get away, you fool. Huh? Rikako, get the rope. I'll hold her down. Ah! Everyone's calm. They all methodically handled the sudden threat. Kaori lost consciousness and was tied up. Everyone started the vote without her. The only one who voted to hang Mako was Yoshi. Thus, we moved to the final vote. Haruaki only got votes from Yoshi and Mako. Of course. Kaori got the remaining 7. Everyone calmly decided to lynch Kaori. Well, I guess that's one way of doing it. Yoshi, please, I beg you, die with me. She wailed those similar things all the way to the hanging pine. The tackle left her with a few broken bones and dislocated joints, so she couldn't stand by herself anymore. Thus, Hashimoto had to carry her under his arm. Yoshi was with us too, but only because Haru was dragging him along. He looked like his soul had left his body. It seemed like he wanted to avoid looking in her eyes and hearing her voice. Someone who pushed something like this onto Fusaishi, I have to take responsibility. Kaori, sorry for making this so hard for you. Yoshi. With the noose on her neck, right before she was thrown into the mist, she stopped screaming and looked at me. No mask in her eyes, her mind was clear. Felt like that was her way of telling me to fulfill my promise. A fall, a quick shriek? Quiet shriek, sorry. Oh dear. I killed a person. Made that simple, extremely belated observation. The son, now both an orphan and an only child, collapsed to his knees. Kaori. Kept her promise. All of that may have been an act. If she hadn't done that, it was likely that Mako would have been hanged, and tomorrow would have been my turn. I was thankful and apologetic to her. After all, I couldn't fulfill my promise yet. I gotta get rid of Hashimoto. Without its owner, the dining hall had become an extremely empty place. It felt like its soul had left this world, or like its mind was elsewhere. It was noon, yet no one had eaten anything. Volunteered to make something, but Kiyono said they couldn't trust me yet, so I refrained. The one who picked up the responsibility was Hashimoto. He could cook too? As it turns out, not really. He just made some plain vegetables boiled with some basic seasonings. Wasn't anything delicious, but it was food. Wasn't perfect. It was simply a human who was a bit more fearsome than the rest. We couldn't leave the dining hall for the whole day. Yoshi wanted to be alone, but the poor guy wasn't even granted that. With the state he was in, everyone was worried he would pull something, so they didn't make an exception even for him. How could a doting mother like that kill her own son? She said that when he went to the bathroom. An extremely normal question from a normal person. If Chiemi was alive, she probably said something like, "No one can resist God." I now vaguely understand those words. The thing binding the people of Yasumizu. The thing lying dormant within Haru. It felt like it was closer than ever, just beyond the mist. Of course, no one answered Mamiya's question. There was something I wanted to ask Mochi. It wasn't something I could ask in public, though, and I didn't get a chance to have a secret chat with him. There were still people who were aware of you, so I will testify you went back home and stayed there. Well, it's time to call it a day. You put some pressure on me. You're the one who's worrying me. Maybe. Who knows? How great would it be if all my worries were baseless? Agreed with him on that. He was right about a lot of things. However, he couldn't leverage it well. And this was despite his persuasiveness and connections. Why did he lose? One of the reasons was underestimating the madness controlling Yasumizu and the unity the wolves shared. Another reason was my ability to cheat, death looping. Looking back at it, I'd made it this far despite failing to kill Yasu once. And I haven't made a single mistake. Actually, no, I haven't made a single mistake from this point. The only time I made a mistake was... Let's see. Well, I mean, I can't even say I made a mistake in this loop. Unfortunately, I can't do that just yet. 20 is very key. This had to be done. I had to get these 2 deaths first to get through that. So, I've actually done really good at this loop. Looking back, I'd make it this far despite failing to kill Yasu once. Couldn't have cleared this game in one go if I didn't have the ability to use trial and error. Actually, you'd be surprised. Even so, the end was near. Dusk. We're killing. You die. Yep, we're getting rid of him. Found the opportunity to kill him, we took it. Process was the same as always. We used the nearby farm tools to cut, stab, and crush him thoroughly. Want a more effective method, honestly. That's probably why Yasu killed Takumi with a gun the first time around. However, I didn't want the method to give me away, and I wanted to prevent any dying messages like the one Chiemi had falsified in that previous loop. Making an absolute mess of the body seemed like the most reasonable method. Was that Born of Madness? Was that thought born of madness? Of course it was. It was pure insanity. I ran circles in my mind to try to keep it stable enough to make it at least somewhat rational decisions. Tearing apart the mountain of flesh was extremely hard work. Once done with it, Haru and I went back. Our sketch for what we do tomorrow was simple. Yoshi would use his crow powers to prove that Kaori was a wolf. That would prove I was a real snake. We'd hang a random somebody tomorrow and use the night to finally get rid of the crow. The day after tomorrow, there will be 6 people left. With the badger on our side, we have 3 votes. Is Mako really the badger? Most likely, though I'm not sure if she'd actually betray the humans if we revealed that we're the wolves. Why is she so antagonistic towards me? She's a maiden. Huh? Nothing. Well, I think it'll be alright. But to be sure, we should depend on something more reliable. Yeah, exactly. We should kill Rikako or Kiyono and use the night to kill Mochi, right? You okay? I'm used to it. Boy, have I changed. I'm actually used to killing now. I wonder if I'll be able to live a normal life after this. You get atone for your sins or whatever. You're still underage. Would you be facing capital punishment? I don't know. Though I doubt they'll think it was involuntary manslaughter. Then let's run away. Talked about that yesterday, right? The sentence is the same either way. Is it now? Meet again no matter what, right? Sorry, let me rephrase that. I'll be with you no matter what. That's the god talking. She's making less and less sense to me. Don't say that you've fallen for me. It's uncool. Don't worry. I won't. It's uncool. Huh? Wow. Set her on the path of evil. Scolding her for something now is extremely uncool. I won't say it if it will bother you. Hey, you should just do what you want. That's one of the perks of being evil. Then I'll just do what I want. Good. How about a kiss? As long as she doesn't show up. Surprisingly formal, are we? This god is a trickster, that's for sure. And there went your chance. You're so stingy. So can she control whenever the goddess comes out? Jeez, parted ways. It was all smooth sailing from here. Yudai was dead. Kaori, the most problematic wolf, ended up leaving the stage in the best of ways. All that was left were some throwaway feasts. I thought we were on a roll, and soon discovered how naive I was. Uh-oh, something went wrong. I gotta go back quite a ways. Hashimoto. Strange enough, Mamiya didn't lose composure upon seeing the pile of gore Hashimoto was reduced to. She stood frozen in place, and her voice was shaking, but that was it. The image of a woman trying to bear the shock and pain was both beautiful and moving. It seemed disingenuous to say that, considering I was the one responsible for her suffering, but I couldn't help how I felt. However, what she did next sent a chill down my spine. She's gonna blame me for this. She ignored Hashimoto's body and walked over to a shirt Hashimoto had left lying in a corner of the hut. She moved the shirt to the side, exposing a camera. Were we recorded? Had he planned this with me ahead of time? I hadn't taken any precautions against that. While dismantling the body, we'd even talk to each other. She skillfully manipulated the camera? Did I have to destroy it now? No, I'd have no excuse for that. The charade would be over. Maybe. Maybe we could try to going wild like we Chiemi and Mochi did. That is a weird sentence. Maybe we could try going wild like Chiemi and Mochi did. Like, that we should not belong there. What was the point of that? I had to survive. If I went wild by myself, Haru would... Again, what would be the point of that? She was just a girl you'd find anywhere. She got into a different situation, accepted a difficult reality, and learned from just like anyone. Even though it was hardly a normal form of growth, it was charming and beautiful to us, man. Well, much was obvious, but it was worth protecting my own life? That question had to be answered with a no. However, I turned around and looked at Haru standing at the end of the group. She had a knife in her hand. I slightly shook my head. After a moment of hesitation, she returned it back to the murder scene. It was a foldable knife covered in blood belonging to Hashimoto. Picked it up and used it when we were dismantling the body. No, that didn't mean anything to us. If I hadn't turned around, Haru surely would have went wild on her own. She was obviously going to protect me like that, even if it meant getting herself hanged. Oh man, I really like that, but I'd finally found the theoretical justification for scolding her properly. Up until this point, I still thought it important to consider what I'd do with her after the feast was over. I felt responsible for promoting her growth and making sure the evil girl blossomed properly. In the end, though, the emergency before us was no emergency at all. No good. Fixed camera. That's pretty bold. What did it show? Nothing. Just the body. She threw the camera to me. Checked out. Apparently, it was a 2-hour-long record. Starting at 9 in the evening. Starting at 9 in the evening. Wolves' work started at 10. Hashimoto was as sharp as always. He even got the time right. Played the footage back, like she said, just showed a body. It's supposed to show him alive at the start that shows Wolves' outfit come at 10 and start committing the murder. However, the video only showed a mountain of flesh and bone, lit up by the electric light. Was the time within which the Wolves worked to cut off from the rest of the world? That would make a lot of sense. Control through sleep, transformation through the real story, miscorruption, death loops, and digital video problems. Was all this connected to God? In this timeline, I gained a bunch of important info that brought me closer to the truth. Gave me a bad feeling, though. What if the truth and the subject of fear were one and the same? What if I never reached the truth? A limitless mystery meant limitless fear. Mom. Only 8 of us left. Was a wolf. Mom was a wolf. Everyone reacted with relief or surprise. Yoshi and I had reached the same conclusion. He seemed like the real thing. It was hard to believe both of us were wolves. That meant that I told the truth by giving me the real snake. Found another wolf today. It's Nosato. Thus, my lights would work. What? That can't be. I'm human. I see how it is, Haruaki. You were a wolf all along. That was why his overreaction seemed like the pathetic, struggling old wolf. All that was left for me was to lie until the end. I'm not lying. Yeah, he said the truth. I see. So you rode one of the wolves just so you could survive. Rikako, you're no wolf, are you? No, I'm not. Miss Mamiya, you... well... We both looked at each other with suspicion. There were only 2 wolves left. Kiyono and someone besides themselves. Well, I understand your suspicions. There are only 6 people left. 2 are wolves and 1's the badger. It won't end until all the wolves are hanged, and the choices are hard to make. And we all have to rely on are the snake's messages. Also, the one who died last night was Hashimoto, who was antagonistic towards Fusaishi last night. We weren't what I call enemies. His suspicions had a reasonable basis. In the end, he even voted for Kaori yesterday. Probably decided that she was a danger head who had to be removed from the feast as soon as possible. He said I should be wary of you until the very end. It's entirely possible you'd order Kaori to do something self-destructive. Mamiya, I thought you were with me and Hashimoto on the opinion that people aren't driven mad so easily. See more than enough counter-arguments for that here. And it's possible that you were like that from the start. Sorry. You could be insane enough to order her to do that like it was nothing. And she could have been insane enough to comply. And that's true, we're being played like fiddles. I've had enough. I've had enough of being suspected no matter what I do. Of course you would be. You're a fake snake. And you're a fake human. We're the same. No one trusts either of us. We're unpopular outcasts. Oh, who will win this one? Mochi, you little... I believe Fusaishi. He even said that I'm human. Really? My intuition tells me that Hassan's pretty shady. Miss Mamiya, I assume you don't believe him? She was conflicted, obviously. Rikako, you... I find it hard to believe that a wolf got rid of a wolf. But from my perspective, that's exactly what happened. The wolves are two mates and a child. There must be a strong bond between them. While we fear the mist, respect the feast, and find it acceptable to hang others for Yazumizu. The wolves would most likely help and protect one another. That may have been the original intent. Then maybe it was Kaori's self-sacrifice for the other wolves. Like hell. She was made into a wolf, forced to kill Aniki, and went insane. That's it. She wasn't thinking any evil shit. That was probably how I'd been if I were a local. Perhaps Kaori might have been thinking something like that too. She died because of a bargain, giving up on life and my sinister plotting. If Rikako was right, and there was some sort of bond between the wolves, it didn't apply to us outsiders. She may have proven that last time when she used an outsider wolf as a sacrifice. Anyway, now that I have Rikako's, Sans, and Yoshi's vote, I couldn't lose now. I had no idea what Mochi would do, but he could easily vote for us as we wanted him to, despite knowing it was a mistake. No need to worry. Mako, who are you voting for? Mister, are you a wolf? I'm not saying I'm saying I'm not. Oh, you're a human? I'm a monkey, that means I'm human. Oh, I'm human as well. Fusaishi, I'm human. You want to be friends with the wolves, and I can't be friends with you. Mako, please, wake up. I hate you. Mako was actually kind of manageable. We continued to argue for a while, but no one provided anything decisive. Noon came and everyone became hungry and exhausted. Even so, no one said that we should vote because it was clear to us that the results would be inconclusive. If we continue like this, no one would be hanged, human or wolf. That means their defeat. But anyone who suggests that we not vote would be considered a wolf. Thus, the only one who suggested we end it was Mako, only because she was hungry. Time passed by and we didn't get anywhere. I'm hungry. How many times are you going to say that, brat? We do not have much time. We must clean up as well. If we do not end it fast, it would be bad for us. You want the humans to lose just like that? Same will happen if we hang. Mamiya, please. You just have to believe me. What am I supposed to do here? Getting tired here. Why aren't we voting yet anyway? If you don't know, shut up. I don't expect anything from you, Hassan. Why aren't we voting? Because the amount of people who vote for me and those who vote for him are the same. So Yoshiharu and Richan Hassan will vote for Uncle, I see. Why didn't anyone tell me that it'd be all over if I just voted for him too? No, wait, that leads to the humans' defeat. If we're gonna lose, let's just get it over with. Who cares if the wolves win? Kamoshida, that's not something the monkey should say. Whatever, I'm an eccentric. You're just like him. Huh? Kiyono's quiet, sad voice drew everyone's attention to not just Mochi's. You're just like the head of the family from the 3 generations ago. Your great-great-grandfather. What do you mean? Nosato is the 3rd in terms of importance. The Miguruma are 1st, the Gucci are the 2nd, and our standing wealth doesn't even compare to theirs. With the recent advances in medicine, herbalism, our family trade grew useless over the years. However, we continue to survive as head family because we focus on study and research, following the mentality of the crow. Mentality of the crow? Devour the claws and steal the skills. Devour the eyes and steal the writings. Devour the tongue and steal the words. Offering those up to Fushioshi, you should be as the will of the crow. Shall be as the will of the crow. Uncle, Dad said that mentality is a new word, so it's actually wrong. Do not bother me with that. Anyways, it seems that we must contribute to our homeland, though, through learning, even if it means preying on the dead and stealing knowledge. Fushioshi? Is that the old name for Fujiyoshi? How's that related? Sorry. We survived by learning Western medicine, engineering, and technology before the other families. Most excellent. How unlikely Uematsu. Yeah, my sympathies for growing up with nothing but the burden of tradition. Now we survived through our dedication to learning, but there was a moment when the entire structure almost fell apart. That was the time the head of the family from 3 generations ago. He was insane, but at the same time an unparalleled genius. He amassed incredible wealth by leaving the village, investing in business and markets no normal person could understand. Even the war was a business opportunity for him. But soon after that, he threw away all contracts and deeds to shut himself in his mansion in Yasumizu. While the main house was in severe financial distress, he spent the rest of the days here, using his powers the village had to perform inhumane things. As far as I know, he killed animals by the dozen on a whim, just like you. Ooh. That's why you were disowned. They thought you were the second coming of your great-great-grandfather, that you bring ruin to Sato. No, Fujiyoshi. Now you're here nonchalantly making a mess of this life and death situation. You don't deserve a single vote. You say that, but do you have any of the will of the crow in you? You remain an outsider, belittle Fujiyoshi, ridicule Yasumizu, and you don't even do proper work. Even I can sometimes shut up for everyone's sake, you know. Oh, how I wanted him to shut up right now. Hassan. Yes, I'll vote for Uncle. Relax and start the vote. Wait, is that really okay? Shut up. You spent all this time doing nothing but worry about what you think. We're running out of time. Let's start the vote. Damn it. Damn it! Sorry, buddy. These were the results. Misako. Yeah, he's getting hung. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I got 3 votes. It was Sasako, Kiyono, and Mako. While everybody else voted for Kiyono. 5 against 3. More difficult than I expected, but it was decided that Kiyono would be hanged. Though he didn't struggle much, Kiyono muttered things under his breath the whole time. He's probably cursing me. How pathetic. Wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. I really did. We don't want him biting Hassan or something, so I'll be the one pushing him down. Yay! I get to kill my uncle! How exciting! Oh, Mochi. You little. Kamoshida, allow me. Why make him happy? Masato, I'm sorry things turned out this way. You truly believe I'm Wolf, I assume? Yes, I will not hang a human. Very well. You eventually find out the truth, and despair. Knowing what you will feel then makes me feel regret rather than anger. Oh, if only you were a wolf, then I could have proudly died to keep you alive. With this, I only be a shield that gives you a day or 2 more. My apologies. If I could take in the corruption and all other poison, I would have done it long ago. Really need to treasure your heart and body more. I'm merely doing this out of... I simply want to find meaning in my own death. Haruaki, hear this. Your misdeeds will become known whether you win or lose. However, find whatever semblance of pride a villain like you may have, and stop doing things to make women cry. So this is the last time we'll talk. Let me clear this up. There's nothing between me and Rikako. Yes, indeed. Also, as you're aware, I'm not a wolf. What a circus this has been. Don't you wolves have guns or something? The suffering from that would be over in an instant. Please do shoot me. I'm willing to praise your excellent performance, but honestly, I've had enough. I had enough of looking at your face, too. Fine by me. Just go. Just fucking go. You don't have to tell me that. May I? Please back away, Rikako. But, back away. I shall do this myself. She backed off. And he jumps. Till the very end, he was so pitiful. No, so human. Jumped, fell, and with a pathetic sounding cry, stopped breathing. Everyone separately whispered "Rise not" and left the graveyard. Things were going as always, until the moment. He's right. She said that. I completely forgot. We said we'd search for the gun Serizawa used to kill herself. Everyone froze. I believe we should fear the worst, that the wolves took both the gun and the bullets. I do understand that it doesn't make complete sense to fear a gun that, for all we know, might not exist. But I believe we should check everyone's rooms. I'm not sure they would hide it somewhere so obvious. What do you think? I think it's important to show that we're willing to search. Let's do it. Fine by me. During the second feast, after Shimiya had died, we talked about whether the gun may have went. After we hanged the old wolf guy, everyone had forgotten about that. I was actually curious about it too. Honestly, if I had to guess, I'd say the Great Lord Shinai cleaned it up, just like he did with the wolf outfit. But it'd be bad for us if Mochi or someone else got their hands on it. I gotten this far. I really didn't want to die to a goddamn gunshot right before the finish line. It's dangerous to just leave it. We should look through everyone's houses, whether they're alive or not. Be one of your rooms, won't it? Just so you know, it's not clear whether a wolf actually took it. If you ask me, you're not free of suspicion yourself. Ah, right. Sorry. Let's not waste time on that shit. Good, we don't have much time, though. Mochi, Yoshi, and I should be enough to finish cleaning up Hashimoto's remains in time. You should give a look to all of them, even if it's brief. If it's not enough, we can look for more thoroughly tomorrow. That is true. It'll take time, after all. Why not start with the men's places first? Whoa, pervs. Don't mess around at a time like this, Kamoshida. I don't care. I ain't hiding anything. I don't want to do that. You men can have the men's rooms. We'll check out the women's. Best to look around as a group, even given the situation. But that'll work for now. Very well, we'll begin by looking at things left behind by the women. Fine by me. We'll go then. Yes. Pains me you have to do this yourselves, but please. Look, he's a mountain of a man. We need an army to deal with this. Cleanup was unexpectedly easy. Of course it was. We cut them into smaller pieces to make it easy. Oh my god. Maybe I'm turning into a wolf. It's this dark humor that just grabs me sometimes. After 4 trips of putting his remains on a door and carrying it to Serenega, all of him was there. We also threw in the bloody futon and the clothes we used to wipe. After we washed our hands, we were done, so we went to join the girls to search for the gun. It's getting nighttime. They were all in the dorm. Haru's room. Their faces were completely frozen. Does she have the fucking gun? What happened? The moment I realized, no way. Mistake. Mistake like this? Mamiya was holding a new dark flashlight. Okay, the flashlight. It's really new. Foreign made. Well designed too. Must have cost around 5,000 yen. 50 bucks. Damn, man, that's an expensive flashlight. Still batteries inside. They're also foreign and look like ones that came with a flashlight. Why would anyone need this on nights when they have to shelter? Hisako's face was soon warped by a look of victorious, decisive rage. Why would a girl that barely gets any allowance of something like this? I looked to notice that Rikako's face was full of contempt and mercy. Who bought this outside the village and gave it to her? Haru's face. Yeah, we're fucked. Was pale with fear, despair, and realization of her failure. Haruaki. Haru. Do you have any excuses? I had to think. There had to be something. Haru's face might have said it all. I had to be able to explain and let us both get through this. There had to. Crap! All the lies I could think of would only let one of us survive. Me. Oh well, it'd be pretty forced, but if I had to turn the flashlight into a personal gift from me to her. She said she liked SF movies. I happened to have 2 flashlights, so I gave her one. I completely ignored the foundation that stated everyone else would know about this when we talked about it at night. I can force this and make them believe. A few seconds passed, but I was still in the safe zone. That's a shut up. Uh-oh, Yoshi's got me. I blacked out for a moment and fell to the floor. Dull impact slammed into my face just now. What are you doing? Don't. Don't let this asshole talk. Of course I wasn't in the safe zone. Beast of the Oe purged was a game of communication, but it didn't forbid violence. Some got the upper hand by using words, while those who couldn't would naturally try getting their point across through other means. Well, this is exactly what Yoshi's about to do. Yep. I had underestimated that fact. Yoshi's violence quickly neutralized me. Head, back, arms, legs still hurting from the sprain. Chair, sticks, he used whatever he could to get his hands on me and beat me senseless. Couldn't resist in any meaningful way. He was well trained to have the motivation, bloodlust to go with the violence. And continued until Rikako brought a rope. My consciousness was faint, but I hadn't lost it yet. By the end, it just meekly begged for him to stop. I might have even cried, but I was shown no mercy. Before I knew it, it was dark. Seemed to be in the prefab. In the end, I didn't know what it was about, so I probably lost consciousness. The wolf outfit was right next to me. Time for work, huh? I could move somehow. A bit wiggling around, I felt something fall off at me. The rope tied around me had been torn and undone. Moving around caused me pain, so immense I couldn't even moan anymore. Even think it was a challenge. Couldn't do anything like this. The clothing was right there, but I couldn't wear it, get up, or walk. Oh. They beat me to a pulp to see whether someone would die with me like this. So there wasn't any need to remove limbs, huh? Good being was more than enough to incapacitate a person for the night. Probably done the same to Haru. We were checkmated. Oh well, this was just a careless mistake. Those sort of happen. I just wouldn't give Haru the flashlight next time. She could have easily gotten this far without it. That is wrong, villain. I heard a voice right next to me. Fighting the pain, I turned to the source. I saw her wearing that weird outfit. So, you do not understand just how happy she was when you gave her that gift. Surely you know that women are animals who enjoy tribute. Without it, she would have still been treating you like a stranger. Then, it was a hoarse voice. It must have hurt her throat. Then, next time, I'll bring her something consumable, like some sweets. It would do you no good. This is simply the natural result of drawing too much suspicion. Single hair from the filthy wolf hide would have resulted in the same outcome. Surely you'd know by now that humans are predictable creatures. I shall not call this fate, however. It's merely that similar circumstances prompt similar actions. Humans are more like machines than you would expect. She had a point. A different situation would cause different reaction. That was natural. On the other hand, a similar situation would cause similar reactions. Are you saying that my death here is inevitable? Oh my. My oh my. I've said nothing of your death, villain. Let us journey through the misty mountains. This will be our final tryst. Took her hand and strangely enough managed to stand up. She got me in the wolf's clothing. Some water all over it, and the murder was assembled. She then took me by the hand and led me to the darkness and mist. Why am I alive? Also, why is Haru okay? Okay, she was beaten senseless. She simply didn't look as villainous as you. There's nothing more to it. Ah, good point. Acted the good guy and lied to them with every breath. The only reason you and the girl are alive is because they were afraid that the corruption would take them if they killed you. Who pointed that out? The one who likes this girl, Mochi. Mochi, huh? Probably said that just to keep her alive a bit longer. Now, who would you kill? Yoshi. The crow. We let him live, you find out Kiyono was a human. Good. Good. Struggle. It suits a villain like yourself. What a mean thing to say. Are humans that comical to you? All beasts try to live proudly. To me, all their attempts are worthy of affection. Beasts, huh? Yeah, I really was an insane villain. A wolf. Then, I would just struggle until the very end. I killed Yoshi. Mustered some fighting spirit and hatred for what he'd done to me. A hit on the head, another one, another one, another one. Once I was done, Haru applauded. That wasn't because I was doing the right thing from the perspective of the real story. Applause was directed at me as a person. Almost made me cry again. I was thrown into such an awful situation, became one of the worst human beings imaginable. Yet I still had someone who acknowledged and accepted me. I had God. God's a dick. All of them. I appreciated that she was here. I was lying on some grass, looked up at the milky darkness. Strangely enough, there were no beasts here in the graveyard near the hanging pine. I see you overdid it, villain. Or should I call you Haruaki? It'd be because of her. Villain is fine. Anyway, it all worked out. Tomorrow, we'll reveal what we are. Then we'll bring Mako to our side and win this. What will you do once the mist is cleared? Considered of giving a vague response, but I knew it was pointless with her. I'll take Haru and leave this place. What an interesting man you are. Why? Do you really believe Great Lord Shinai will let you escape? Great Lord Shinai, not the third god. Oh yes, have you become so prideful that you underestimated that god? No. I'm within the palm of Great Lord Shinai's hand? I thought I was an exception. You've fallen rise of far too many times, I see. That's the only reason you believe that. I make my own rules. Oh yes, you did. Perhaps you'll be able to do something about the snake's dogs. Sounds like a pain. Still, I'll do it. For this girl? Or perhaps for me. Take you both outside sounds like a good time. You truly are a villain. You left many a woman in tears, I assume. Oh, now this is something. I wonder what she meant by that, but I realized I'd been had again. Telepathy was some messed up shit. That's an invasion of privacy, pervy god. What an uncouth man you are. What are you planning to do tomorrow? Haru and I would reveal where the wolves like Yasu and I had done the first time. Then we take Mako to our side. Mako's anger was probably the kind you directed at someone close to you. It was just a bit too strong. Like the real story said, she believed that the wolves were good and humans were evil. It wasn't born out of Yasumisa's madness, but out of childish purity. Thus she assumed that Rikako and I were evil and felt betrayed. If I revealed I was a wolf, she'd gladly join me, most likely. With that, we'd have 3 votes and wouldn't be lynchable anymore. Chance it could turn physical then, but I just neutralized Yoshi, most likely to do it. Our victor was certain. That would not go well. You know? I do. Interesting. Let's hear her take on this. Then what should we do? What should we do then? This. She killed me. I thought you'd gotten used to the pain by now. I was so wrong. Where'd she get that branch? I wanted to ask that, but I wasn't in a state to do it, for I was already lying defenseless on the grass. I felt my limp body get dragged. Another thing. Nah. This is fine. This is fine. I heard her whisper that over and over again. What's going on? I got knocked out the next morning. Woke up in a lot less pain. Though I couldn't even tell if I actually woken up. My consciousness was far too vague. Last night I had gotten beat up so badly I couldn't even stand. None of my wounds were life-threatening, but that was why my body was sensitive to every injury, sending pain signals to my brain. I had just recovered from paralysis. This is normal. The fact that I could walk around and that was the anomaly. My body had been bound once more. Great Lord Shinai actually tied me up again? Had he restored the torn ropes or something? No. It was tied differently and over a different spot. So a different rope put on me some time later. Also, the knot seemed kind of clumsy. It was Haru. She was using me for something. I'm being used. Goody. Can you stand Haruaki? She acted like it was no big deal. They confiscated my key, apparently. What? I couldn't force my voice into words. It's fine, I'll just drag you. She was curt with me. Alright, I can tell from her voice actually was perplexed by something. She actually dragged me, still bound, down the hill and into the plaza, leaving me even more beat up. It's hard to get me the steps of the hall, though. She kicked me in frustration and somehow crawled up. Everyone was already there. Rikako, Mako, Mochi, and... I see you have arrived, city dwellers. Ah. Haru's not participating in this one. What? It was morning, and yet she was... What? What's going on here? She directed that shot at me, but it was clear who the source of her confusion was. Why, the Wailing City, lady. Do not tell me you don't know the nature of this village. You're weird. Uematsu, can you explain? Haru has been in this state before. What? Possessed by a wolf. Huh? Yes, that would be me. What? Oh dear. Oh dear me. Yomi was so boring that I badgered father and mother to use the mist to rise back up again. But father was sent back soon after we began, and mother was also returned. Well, it was an amusing diversion. Humans, children of the great Lord Shinai, I am satisfied with all the killing I did. What is this? Is this what the wolves really are? The humans have killed the wolves. They rise again from Saranaga to have their revenge. I'm not talking about the story. The eccentricity? Yes, that's not what the feast is supposed to be, is it? It's just a serial killing, isn't it? I might find this event surprising, but I don't find it especially outlandish. Seriously, Kamoshida, I don't know. Richan, wasn't she supposed to be cured? Normally, yes, but possession by the wolf is too much even for the spider. The bedroom woman servant stands no chance against Great Lord Shinai's prime guardian, the Lord of the Hunt. Don't really get it, but... Was she gonna end up a wolf ever since she became like this all those years ago? I do not know. And we know that's not the case either. All these years ago. Indeed. Indeed. When I was hanged 8 years ago, I journeyed back to Yomi. I found this girl wandering the mist and took her as my vessel. But then the mist retreated, and the feast ended with it. Thus I waited for the next feast. Lies. What is it, city dweller? I cannot understand you if you speak so quietly. Lies. You are no wolf. You weren't destined to get the wolf's blessing. You already knew the real story. You knew exactly what I wanted to say. Why was she tilting her head and smiling? No. I knew her intention. Now. This feast had become quite lonely. But I couldn't understand it. So why not hang me? Why would she go this far? What do we do? What can we do? When we found Haru, she was unbound. That had to be possible for the Okami-sama. Even locks mean nothing to them after all. Then why hasn't he moved? He's the one who said that Haru was a human and gave her the flashlight. He's supposed to be a wolf, right? It's what you said, Mamiya. How else do you explain it? Why did he have to lie? Yoshi attacked him before he could give us his reason. You didn't stop him either. Yes, I will stop scolding you for what happened yesterday. However, no matter how disgraceful, you must right your own wrongs. Fusaishi, you must hurt, but please, tell us the truth. I'm not wolf. Say it clearly. I'm not a wolf. I'm the snake. I'm the snake. I fell for Haru-chan, so I lied. I was really conflicted. I wanted only Haru-chan to win. So I got rid of the other wolves. Found 2 wolves, gained a trust as a snake while sheltering the last wolf. You wanted you and her to be the last survivors. Even if it meant betraying the humans. I nodded, but the Haru you love seemed to be gone. I have consumed her mind. I wanted to shed tears, because I actually felt like crying. Lastly, why'd you give that device to Haru? She said she liked what it did, so I just gave it. I wanted to get closer to her. My chest hurt. My chest hurt like hell. Created a ray of light in the evening mist. A curious diversion, city dweller. I could easily lie. The pain in my chest was just from my wounds. Did you hear that? Haruaki was a snake. who gave gifts and betrayed humans out of affection. And Haru was the last wolf. We must vote. Wait a minute, is that even possible? That seems like a bad joke. Haruaki is not from Yasumizu. Would not be surprising if his affection came from before his mission. Kamoshida. Haru, are you sure you want this? What do you mean? Then I'll vote for Haru. One for the city dweller. One for Haru. Fusaishi. Can you vote? I had to talk. I was the one who decided to be evil. I had to play the villain to the bitter end. Notice you need to say it, the result won't change. Fusaishi, sorry, but I won't apologize. I pity for you, but you're too much of a menace. One for Haru. That's 3 votes. He can't turn around no matter who he votes for. We must hang her. Fuck. Well, bye. Damn, I just can't win with anybody. I believe this is my final look at this place. The funeral was different. The wolf was cheerful. With a spring in her step, she went to the front of the group as she was excited for what would happen at the Hanging Pine. I was walking at the very end, supported by Rikako. Clearly, it was an act of repentance. 7. The corrupt Yomabito rise to oppose the mountain. 8. The death of the damned Yomabito is the mandate. What? Must I sing alone? Basically, everyone was uneasy. Of course they would be. They were dealing with an actual god. 1 soul per day, now to bind. The mist rides away again. Thus, Shinai-san's guardians are. I had to sing you if I was the only one. How pleasing. That was the only kind of atonement I could make. I have tied the rope. Can I jump? Okami-sama. What is it, priestess of the spider? Why must you rise up every now and again? To punish the humans and the guardians? Not the answer we're looking for. I see. So you're all still afraid of that. How pitiable. How lovable. Pitiable. Oh, I think I might cry. I shall tell you. We rise up, because that is how we live. Losing her words, Rikako bowed low and backed away. I believe this is it. Everyone backed away. You have endured this well. She was just too incomprehensible. Thus, the end has come. More than that, her back actually looked divine. I shall excuse myself. Took a step towards the cliff. Her. Before I knew it, I was one closest to her. My body and mind were so numb I couldn't move forward or back. All I could do was call out to her. She stopped. And nothing I could say. That was when the cloth on her face fell away. You realized. I knew it. How uncool. With that, she jumped toward me. And kissed my ear. Just like that, she turned around and ran. No, I was the uncool one here. I have expected this to happen. I'd seen the signs. Yeah, I'd still let her do it. No, that was wrong, too. She lived the way she wanted. Just like I asked, she ignored what others thought and gave her both her mind and body to sacrifice. The unparalleled vice. Was I supposed to be some sort of teacher warning her against and setting her on a proper path? No. In the end, I was just regretful I had broken the rules I'd established. Should have been the other way around. It wasn't supposed to be me. She should have been the villain among the villains who betrayed and sacrificed her comrade to live on. She was consumed by the mist, and that was that. How passionate. If only it was the reason why I almost died. Maybe I wouldn't be so angry. I'm sorry. When Mia closed in on the cliff. Come here for a second. Everyone did as she said. Then she dragged the rope up. I was supposed to have Haru's weight on it, yet she could reel it in without any trouble. Huh? What? Did she escape? In a panic, she quickly brought the long rope back up. Soon enough, we saw the end. Everyone fell silent. The noose was covered in fresh blood. Haru's slender neck had been torn the moment the rope went taut. No idea what happened next. How I left the graveyard. What the others were doing. The pain and difficulty breathing was just too much at this point. Was I conscious? If so, why couldn't I feel anything? If not, was I asleep or had I fainted? I couldn't tell. My whole body felt heavy and was in pain, feeling completely crushed. I had a nightmare where I was surrounded by countless smiling Haru-chan's heads. A dream could only mean that I was sleeping. Before I knew it, the pain had vanished, leaving me to suffer only regret and sadness. I opened my eyes. Where was I? It looked like a poorly made hut. Right next to me, I saw Rikako. Huh? Rikako? Huh? My body was all... Ow! Do not push yourself. Well, I hurt because I've been lying on a hard floor. These wounds were gone, though. My relief seems to have worked. Did you do something? Took in your wounds of pain. It had to be a joke. Was there anything the Uematsu superpower couldn't do? This kind of reminds me of Rollmaster, where it's a D100 system, and the healers in that game, not clerics, I'm talking about healers, instead of healing someone else's wounds, they took their injury upon themselves because they had a high constitution, they had a high health pool, and they would have magic to slowly repair or quickly repair their own body. Very interesting class. Not useful for fighting in any way, shape, or form. But they were able to take in a lot of pain, go into a coma, which would double their rate of healing, or triple, something crazy like that. And then they were able to cast spells while they were in their healing coma. They were great at keeping the party alive at the expense of needing to be protected. Thank you. Wanted to prioritize gratitude before shock, so they saw the filthy blood in a bucket on our side. Shocked, I assume. It's a little trick we Uematsu girls know. Well, that's certainly strange. Is it? I simply absorb whatever is negative. It's not all powerful. For one, you were writhing just now. That was because of the dream, not any wound. Are you okay, though? Yes, Uematsu girls are raised to be used to drawing blood for this trick. If you are well, then please return to your room. Oh, sorry. Almost forgot. I was a lying snake, the worst possible guardian receiver who'd almost destroyed the humans. There is no time for that. What time is it? I have no clock, but it is evening. Finally realized that my surroundings were tinted orange. Alright, I know I can't thank you enough, so I'll just take my leave. Kusaishi. She called out to me, but I didn't turn around. I hold no grudge to you. I cannot blame a human who felt something for a wolf. A man from the city who was not born here and was not used to Yasumizu yet. Did not belong in the feast in the first place. She hadn't changed at all. Do not let it torment you. In the end, you mustered your courage and revealed it. Because of that, we were able to hang all the wolves. Good night. I was afraid of hearing that emotionless voice say anything more. She stood outside the room, but I ignored her. Son, someone called to me from the mist. There's something I want to tell you. See you tomorrow. And then he left. I returned to the prefab. Slept. Woke up. Changed into the wolf outfit. And killed Hisako. Yep, that is the only one who could have stopped me. All by myself. Game over. 5 in the morning. No idea if I was just used to this or if the Uematsu's treatment was just that good, but I woke up feeling decidedly neutral. No drowsiness, fatigue, not even the pleasant feeling you get when you stretch and shake off the weight of sleep. Just normal. I would love to feel neutral. We arrived at the plaza at the same time. Haruaki, Rikako, Meiko, and Shikamochi. Strangely enough, I didn't think it was just a coincidence. Felt like we agreed to gather here at the same time, and everyone noticed that someone was no longer with us. Hisako was gone. The feast was not over yet. In other words, there's still a wolf among us. Fusaiki. What's happening? Meiko. I'm actually a wolf. Really? Yeah, really. Really, really? Really, really, really. I have been more honest since I came to Yasumizu. Next moment, Meiko clung to me. Sorry for not telling you. So scared. So scared. I thought you were Yomi. Yeah, sorry. Pat her back and had her hide behind me. 2 votes. Perfect split. Appears that I may have let my emotions get the better of me. In the Feast of the Only Purge, that is a fatal mistake. I was fooled by Mako's innocence, your sociability, and Haru Makishima's lies. I suspected, yet I let myself get fooled. We, the humans, have lost. I will spend my final moments praying to Shinai. Please call me when I must be hanged. Goodbye. Having said all she had to, she left without turning around once. Oh man, Richan gave up. You won't? I never cared about who won or lost the feast once from the moment it started. If I did, I'd still be the Nosato heir apparent. Good point. Hassan, die. Nope. Mako, you know he's gonna kill you tomorrow, right? Really? I won't. Bah, bad human. I won't believe you. I see. Why'd you let Haru lie? Why'd you let Haru die? Honestly, I didn't really care if I died at the feast as long as Haru survived until the end. I mean, she was basically going to kill all the people that bothered her and just run away. How cool is that? I wouldn't mind dying as I saw that happen. Hell, I was actually looking forward to it. Give me back my excitement. Hassan, you knew, didn't you? About Haru's fake disease, I mean. Yeah. This is our secret, no one else's. And it probably doesn't have anything to do with the feast. Ignore it and go to sleep. I knew it. That was... God was something she created. You knew about that clothing too, right? Yeah, I mean, the 3 of us made it in elementary school. She grew out of it, though, so she should really make a new outfit. It's too pervy. Say that again. Expected something like that. Alright. She's just weird. This is fine. She'd come back to her senses at least once back then. She'd have never tolerated her apparel. When I was hanged 8 years ago, as I journeyed back to Yomi, I found this girl wandering the mist and took her as my vessel. If God was actually the primary personality, it had never taken my side back then. She'd never played along with Haru's desire to save me by sacrificing herself. Basically, she could always switch between God and Haru. All the strange powers displayed by Haru were either powers she'd already had or just products of her imagination. A fabrication. The mind reading thing was just a product of her delusions. It just happened that she'd gotten things right. That was the only possibility. Haru switched to you. She knew that Yasun still liked Chiane, so she switched to you. You're just saying whatever you want now. I've been with her since forever, trust me, I know what she's like. You a person who's uninterested in others? Such a bully. Yeah. Haru having to become a wolf and switch from hating you to liking you was something else, something more special. Don't really know, but that was probably it, right? He truly had the talent for finding the truth without comprehending it. All the more then. What are you going to do to make it up to Haru? Nothing. Whoa, damn. How about you make yourself clear instead? What do you mean? If you didn't vote for Haru, she might have been able to survive. Even so, you voted for her. How you look at others oftentimes is a twisted reflection of your own feelings. You sure you didn't kill her because you were angry she didn't choose you? Oh, I see. So that's how it works. Hassan, what if I thought the old Haru was gone and so decided to break her myself? Would that be eccentric? Nope. It's a normal everyday feeling called jealousy. I see, so I was jealous. Can't say I actually know what you thought and felt. Your talk is hard. Adults have to act normally when there's no hard or bad things around, Mako. Adults have it hard. You're just saying whatever now. Feel sad for you, Mako. I'm telling the truth, though. So what now? Want a feast? I'd lose that, wouldn't I? Mako, want to beat him up? Yeah. Hiramochi, it's a yes. Hassan, want to make a bet? What kind? Rock, paper, scissors. The loser dies. I swear. Gonna do this to me. It would be hilarious if, like, he cheats and I lose every single time. Now that's straightforward. Good though, right? I'm down. 1, 2, rock, paper, Junkin. Put his thumb out, stuck his index finger, creating a finger gun, the unbeatable hand. I, on the other hand, took out Chiami's shotgun from my sleeve. When did I pack a shotgun? At what point did I have the shotgun? Where did I hide that? How did I hide that? Well, can't win against that. Thanks for cooperating. Mochi. Sketchy bets were my thing. Not even a genius like you could win against an adult villain. Sorry, Mako. Did that surprise you? No, we beat the bad human. Whoa, man. Just what kind of upbringing does she have? You gonna do it to Oni-chan too? Not today. Tomorrow? Yes. And Mako? Necessity to kill Mako. The case seemed likely. God had said that there were 3 gods. One was Great Lord Shinai. One was the old god who had the unfavorable name Mujina Badger forced on it. The last one was my enemy. If a god lived within man, then perhaps if I killed Mako, who hadn't died once, I could escape this endless misty hell for all I knew. But I didn't want to kill her. That'd be crossing a line even for me. Subconsciously or not, I'd set a line for myself, and I hadn't wanted anyone else to change it. Oh, of course. You came so far. Yet you're still off the mark, villain. Huh? I tried to turn around, but I couldn't. The thing behind me was so scary I couldn't turn around. How many times will I have to say it until you understand? God is a lot worse than you imagine. God, having it come from the little, 4-year-old is creepy. Did you truly believe that a god would fall alongside the Fujiyoshi girl it used as a vessel? Yeah, no, I did not for a second think that. What is God? Oh my god. So creepy. Oh my god, her eyes. It's something humans can never kill. Turn around. Eh? It's Mako, same as always. Couldn't believe that she was just laughing out loud. Your face is very white. Yeah, maybe. You okay? Yeah, I think I need some water. I'll go to the bathroom. Dining hall felt like it had been abandoned 10 years ago. Even so, the water was running. Wasn't all that thirsty, but it could make me feel better, so I cupped some water in my palms. There is no escape. Wait, did I just get possessed? Huh? I jumped back, getting water all around me, just now, on the surface of the water in my hands. There was a mirror above the sink. I looked right at it. You cannot escape God. So why not try joining me? My land may be small, but I will make sure you are not bored. You will get to kill, swindle, violate to your heart's content. The mountain shall become holy once more. If you find a fitting girl, you can even have her bear your children. This is not right, man. What did you do to me? If you do not understand, then be silent. Offer yourself to God. Seems like the time has come, villain. This world will be quite interesting. I cannot wait to see how well your evil lasts. And? Usage? Oh my god. Shook my head. Chasing away the delusion clinging to my head. What is it? What? What is that? Her voice was shaking. Did she see a spider or something? Followed her outside. I need keys 1, 3, 8, 9, and 19 for that? Holy shit, that is interesting. It was all words. What's going on? I was shocked. There's no better word for it. First shock was caused by the fact that the mist had cleared. After all, the feast of the Omi Purge wasn't over yet. Next thing to surprise me was the fact that the sun had just recently come up. But the night had returned. It was dark. But it was a strange kind of darkness. I looked around for the sun, and it took me about 5 seconds to realize that the thing was in the sky. A loop in the eastern sky. Total solar eclipse? No way. If there was such a celestial event today, I heard about it on TV before Golden Week. It was just an eclipse. It Probably has something to do with the unnatural, unreasonable, incomprehensible phenomenon happening before me. Phenomenon? Too small a word to describe it. Most of my surprise was about the monster. The monster. Ho ho! Holy shit. It spanned mountains, pierced the clouds, carved valleys with each step, level forests. I lack the words to describe the scale of it. It dwarfed even the things in tokusatsu shows or mecha anime. After all, it was still far away. It was beyond the mountain, beyond the cliffs, beyond Serenega. It was walking. Its destination was the unspeakably pale ring that used to be the sun. Even so, I looked up at it. It was thousands of meters tall. It was a gigantic monster that had legs the size of mountains, and even the term gigantic seemed to fall short. So all I could do was look up. What the hell was this ending? I played a murder game in a village inhabited by werewolves, and I survived only to be greeted by a giant monster? What the hell? Who would predict this turn of events? Who would sign off on this plot twist? Naturally, quickly I understood that this was a monster that brought mythical levels of despair and destruction. Mako was clinging to my leg. I brought her closer to me. Both of us were shaking. Fear. This was nothing but primal fear. Death was nothing in comparison. The fear we felt surpassed mundane concepts like death. This was a fear of the world coming to an end. Once I realized that, I knew that humans, a part of the world, could do nothing against it. You've done it now, eh? Yeah, yes I have. I have definitely done it now. What? Suddenly I lost all sense of reality. Hey, you. There was even some fancy-looking thing in front of me. It was a large plush sheep. It was cute. It talked. But its voice wasn't cute. You listening? Yes. I'm saying that you've done it now. That thing, huh? Look again. Strangely enough, the scene had lost all color. Okay. Okay, game. We're gonna play it like that, huh? Alright. Monster was still there, still walking slowly, covering kilometers with each step. But again, it didn't feel real anymore. The fear was gone, too. It looked next to me. Mako was still frozen in fear. Again, it didn't feel real. In fact, my hands closed. Everything around me didn't feel real. The sensation was kind of familiar. Oh, right. It was what I felt every time before dying. I had felt this whenever my memories were engulfed in the mist and before I looped. And felt like the sheep was familiar, too. I hate to break it to you. Might dead again. But with that thing waking up, this country's dead. Yeah, I'd say it's dead. I'd say it's pretty well fucked. Huh? Oh, dialogue. Who are you? Doesn't matter now. It kinda does. Yes, it does. Wait, what? Why is the sheep talking anyway? You get in the situation? I'm telling you that the country's through. It's easier to accept the appearance of a monster than a talking sheep. I'm going nuclear here. Oh, you're such a pain in the ass. Listen, I knew there was some weird shit going on in this area. That's because our part of reality was put inside a dream. I specialize in that stuff. That's why I came here. But honestly, just keeping myself hidden from the dreamer was hard enough. I couldn't directly influence the dream, but I could lend a help to a human. That's you, but you fucked up. I see. Well, actually, that's too brief, so I only get the most basic parts, but what the hell? You understand? Damn. Hell, you could joke around like that in this situation? Sure, all those deaths didn't drive you nuts. You're the one behind the looping? No, things go back after death because of the dream. Of the dream? Yeah, I'm just helping you keep your memories. Oh, so that's how it was. Crap, there's no time. Hey, you, think about what to do next once you're back. You're telling me to die? No, I still got a whole load of questions. I don't know shit either. I couldn't do shit after I got in the dream. I don't even know all that brat. I don't know what you're doing or why you keep dying. You're on your own there. So unreasonable. But, so that's how it was. All the gods are decks. So the only thing you really know is that the timer on Fujiyoshi keeps looping back. You don't know the mystery, incidents, or phenomena that happened in Fujiyoshi, but you know that the looping is caused by something here. That's why you give me memories of the previous loops to help me find the cause behind the looping phenomenon. But then the looping suddenly stopped. I didn't get to the heart of it, and the monster showed up. The anomaly reached the ending it desired, the demise of this country. Man, what's up with your ability to suss stuff out? You got mochi for brains or something? Now that was uncalled for. At first, the dream just looped around, but when some outsider came in, it started going all weird and shit. It made a huge mess of things, and that's right there as the result. The dream changed because of me? Did this thing mean that the fact that I used the looping to try out various options saw a bunch of timelines? You went and pulled some fucked up shit, huh? Oh yeah. Yes, I did. Couldn't deny that. I was really fucked up this loop. And we're still going to go back around this loop. But hold on. Victor as a wolf brought about a giant monster that destroyed the country? Made no sense. Couldn't be it. I was missing something. Time's up. It's going to be rough, so clench your teeth or do something. Huh, what are you going to do? The loop ended, didn't it? Like I said, I'm a specialist. What do you mean? I can use my power to loop back to when the loop was still happening. Huh? It sounds so absurd it seems impossible. Well, I can do it, but only once. Intervention this major would sure as shit be noticed by the dreamer. Probably think the first time was a glitch, but there'd be no second chance. They'll know it's the work of another dream wielder. We'll be fucked for real then. I'm more skilled, but they're millions of times more powerful. I'd be taken by the dream, and that would be it. No one could help you then. It'll all be how they want it. Exactly. So yeah, don't come back here no matter what. Search for a solution anywhere but here. Basically, I had to prevent this outcome. Gather info on the loops, arrive at the truth, and do something about the dreamer that created the loop that caused this monster, huh? So this is probably the last place I'm ever going to go back to in this game, is what it's telling me. Or at least what I'm assuming from what I'm given. Wasn't this a story about taking care of some werewolves? What happened to that? Alright, here we go. Now die a hearty death. 1 million sheep. Seriously? And so, crushed on the way of 1 million sheep, I died. Yeah, I guess that's how, it goes. Thank you for that ending. Wonder what key I got. That's an abrupt ending if I ever saw one. Raging Loop. Game Overlord. Raising Group. Game Overlord. The fuck? I got key number 20. Ending loop, a giant monster. Alright. Ending number 3. Watch the end corner? Hell yeah. I gotta see how I get belittled here. Hey there, Chief. Congratulations. Seriously. As the title indicates, you have ended the darkest main route, Darkness, on a high note. The wolves won and everyone lived happily ever after. I don't know who this everyone is, but yeah, I mean, sure, somebody lived happily ever after. Well, okay, the country was still on the verge of destruction and all. Oh, and I finally showed up in the main story. Still popping up in the eye catch and all, but I like to introduce myself in the main story as well. Now, before I move on to the hint, there's something I gotta say. This is rock bottom. From now on, Haruaki, the most twisted protagonist in Kemko's Visual Novel series, will begin his counterattack against fate. You've seen 3 hells and many different deaths so far, Chief. Lend your power to me and that bastard to the very end. This is ending 3. A new day has dawned. You did your best alongside Haruaki, and this was just another path you had to take. You made no mistakes, so take comfort in that. Funnily enough, I didn't make any mistakes. I actually played this one really well. From this, you obtain key 20, which is the final key on the list according to numbering. But you're still missing keys. This is how it's supposed to be, so don't worry. You'll now need to find the 5 keys. The final keys necessary to open the final door, which is probably at the end of Darkness. They're all hidden in various places in the story you've seen so far. There's some of you who'd like to try giving the scenario chart a good hard look as you remember what happened in the story so far and look for viable points. But if you're impatient, I recommend you start off by going back to 2, Deadsmith's Q, her objective. Yeah, that's right. That dumbass quiz Chiemi gave when drinking with her Key 20 opens the locked choice there. With all choices you've seen so far, what kind of answer will Haruaki give Chiemi? That's the key point. There are other keys that can be unlocked, but I'll only tell you about this one so you don't get confused. The trolley leads will get another hint at the next destination, so you should aim to clear them in order. Now, that's strange. I had planned on providing such generous hints. Maybe now we're all at the story's starting point, I'm getting pretty excited. They ain't like me at all. With that said, that's it for this time. Die another hearty death next time. Alright. We're in the chart. I am actually not going to go there. I'm not going into here and... Her objective... Lock 20 unlocks this pod. We're not going to do that just yet. There's plenty of other choices in Darkness. This is probably where everything is going to accumulate. I need keys 1, 3, 8, 9, and 19. I have none of those. There's going to be... Well, no, up there, but what I'm going to do is... I'm going to go all the way back up here. Who'd have realized no choices matter because everything changes. Who'd have realized too? No, we gotta see. Where else can we go? You go there, raise hand. Select trap. I need key number 3 for that. Okay, we got all that. Alright. So the first viable place that we can go to is... Do we raise our hand? Alright, for my almost ignored the question. This was an attack. It was a deadly attack. What was I supposed to do about it? Last time I raised the hand. I don't raise the hand. Couldn't let myself be investigated before anyone else. Not when I was a wolf. It'd be bad if the snake discovered my identity without having me become a topic of debate would have been worse. Possible they wouldn't speak up about finding a wolf, but it didn't seem like silence was an option given the situation. Not to sound cocky, but if I were taken down, the rest of the wolves would instantly fall apart. I wasn't supposed to raise my hand, right? After much hesitation, I didn't. On the other hand, 5 others raised their hands. Kanzo, Kiyono, Yasu, Mamiya, and Yoshi. Shit. When I saw who stepped forward, I understood the nature of the trap. I unconsciously glanced at the one who set this up and found him looking right at me with a smile. Yet another damn blunder on my part. It'd be late, but maybe if I raise my hand now. That's enough. Hashimoto had me totally beat. That said, I wasn't sure if anyone would understand the point he was trying to make. But when I consider my current position, that's how it is. Is it? How troubling. Despite his words, Hashimoto didn't sound the least bit troubled. Because in this one, I talked a lot, and with this point not volunteering to be investigated, he shut me up. Whatever I said would not be credible. What's troubling? First things first, all of you should want to be investigated. After all, if we're all investigated, you can gain proof you're not a wolf. Anything you say here can be interpreted as a slip of the tongue and lead to doubt, so all of you should want to prove your innocence. Investigate me too. I want to be investigated too. Please investigate me. Me too, then. Me too. I don't get what's going on, but whatever, I'm in. Yes, this is the way it should be. Everyone understood that explanation should have had their hands raised now. All ones who didn't understand kept their hands down. You can put your hands down again. Everyone did as he said. It was unsettling, like Hashimoto possessed some technique that controlled everyone. However, there was one thing that didn't go as expected. Those participants who claim to be passive aside, those of you who want a voice, the feast should want to have their innocence proven more than anyone else. Indeed, Nosato and Oribe's sons were quick to respond. Well, I can hardly do anything if I'm doubted whenever I speak, because guys like me look fishy simply for down the old hag. Yes, that's correct. Incidentally, those two were designated because they were the secondary wave of those who wanted a voice in the feast, but had they realized that? Naturally, Yasu and Kanzo were the primary wave, and Mamiya would be right up there with them at this time. However, it's quite curious how those who should have a lot to say didn't raise their hands after. I'm the snake. Takumi and Haruaki, we both said I am the snake. Shit, what horrible timing. I've been forced out myself as a snake with Takumi at that. Just barely managed to avoid falling behind his declaration, but what could hardly be called a silver lining right now. Fusaishi, you bastard. So you're a wolf, huh? Oh, now come down. Oh boy, the snake's already come out. Please wait, what's going on right now? I didn't raise my hand because I never considered investigating myself. I'm the snake, so I was worried that announcing I wanted to be investigated by the snake would seem like a lie. So worried how to act in a place where even the smallest lie is forbidden. You son of a bitch, you want me to slug you right here and now? Calm down. Hashimoto rose partial to his feet, exuding pressure that intimidated every man as sturdily built as Takumi. See, so you didn't raise your hand for those reasons, not because you're wolves and didn't want to be investigated. Of course. Damn right. Who did the two of you investigate? You, Yasu. I'm grateful for that, but I'm a human, right? Yeah. See, so that's why you acted out that way this morning. Why you didn't out himself as a snake yesterday. How about you, Fusaishi? Investigate Kanzo. He's human. May have sounded a bit too good to be true, but he was the only one I could see possibly backing me up. Also, the seeds of malice I planted him earlier. Now then, what are we to do? I was the one who wanted to complain. The snake had revealed themselves early, but this was a totally different situation from the previous loop where Takumi had done so on the first day. It was the second day, so not only had the power been successfully used once, but now a liar had been successfully lured out. The longer the snake survived, the better. But as a participant, they'd already drawn out more than enough information. So as long as he was acknowledged the real deal, that was. I'm the real snake. I'm the real snake. So you're both under the same conditions. Like hell, the damn bastard's lying. You're the liar here. Indeed, without any contradictions between us, neither of us can be selected. Why don't we let them be and observe how they act? Yasu reached that conclusion, but no, let's hang them both. Of course this guy would say that. Guess trying to get him on my side was a bust. Fine by me. Wait, what? Know that Yasu's a human. I'm sure the old man's a human too. I don't think this lying bastard would be brazen enough to claim one of his fellow wolves was a human at this point. The old man Kanzo, I know, would have killed himself the moment he learned he was a wolf. Kept wanting to say that wasn't true, but unfortunately I knew nothing could convince him. You and Yasu are safe, besides Jim, he's already gone. Me and this sly bastard are gone. Now I don't think there'll be anyone dangerous left to take the charge of the wolves. Madness of the people of Yasumizu. No one else is crafty enough to be suited as the leader of the wolves. I know that better than anyone. I don't know about Mamiya, but I don't think she has what it takes to direct the rest of us as well. Are you saying I'm not clever enough? Maybe being seen that way is a good thing in this situation, but it takes me off. No, I meant that you're just acting as an outsider. As long as that's true, you couldn't lead the rest of Yasumizu. You see, then I agree. And there you have it. Go ahead and hang me if you want, but get rid of Fusaishi first. Like hell they fall for that ball. The real snake should survive while the fake one dies. Anyone who don't have the guts to die for the humans is a wolf. It makes no sense. Any further bickering is pointless. Can we start the vote? Go ahead. Damn it. And I'm getting hung. Was even a contest. Woo! 13-2 in favor of lynching me. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm sorry, Haruaki. Rikako, the only one who voted in my favor on the grounds that those who claim to have the Guardian shouldn't be taken lightly, was the one pushing me. Please don't worry about it. In fact, you shouldn't be nice to me at all. People might think you're my ally, too. What do you mean by two, Fusaishi? Remember this, Hashimoto. Your stupid trap that relied on pouncing what people said will have cost the humans a real snake. Yes, that may indeed be possible. That man was insane, too. His words lacked substance. Perhaps he gotten too used to insane situations to take up a relaxed attitude to handle any gruesome circumstances. Made sense. I'd be a sore loser if slipped up this time. He'd won. Right as not. Right as not, is it? I would return. I was hanged and died. Swore I'd return. And when I did, I wouldn't let these people kill me. The thought repeated in my mind until my conscience swiftly faded into the mist. Yep. Bad ending number 23. Hell yeah. Berate me, please. Let's see what we got. Now, Chief. Typical werewolf mistake there. Yep. Very. Well, avoiding is simple enough, so let's get to the head. Lowered hand lynching. Well, as you may have guessed from the title, all you had to do was raise your hand. Go back to 6. It's only one back, so it's easy to do. Well, that's it? Okay. No key, but that's okay. There was probably going to be no way I could avoid that. Like, even if I could kill the real snake, or get the real snake hung, and then kill Yoshi, because I know. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's get back to the choice of who do we brutalize first. Let's see what happens if we kill Hashimoto first. This could definitely change a lot of things. My suspicions of Takumi being the snake were nothing more than that. Unlike detective novels, people didn't always act according to logic, but I'm probably being investigated. It was risky to take the web of strange words and look at them in black and white. I was almost certain Hashimoto was dangerous. Oh, he is. He had to be eliminated. I'll kill Hashimoto. I understand, however. Yes. We will kill Yasu tomorrow. But it'll be a different story if we discover the snake. It's not good. If I don't kill Yasu for sure tomorrow, don't take the Feast of the Ugly Purge lightly. It's not easy to win each round. Maybe satisfied focusing on your sons, but Haru and I can't do that. Fulfilling Great Lord Shinai's orders, resolving this incident eternally, and making sure at least Haru escapes. That's my responsibility. We can't rely on a simple suicide attack. Alright, if we don't kill one of them tomorrow, I will kill my sons during the day. Kaori, you can't do that. I won't cause either of you trouble. If I kill them both, I'm hanged that day. I'll have fulfilled my duty, correct? First, there's no guarantee she could successfully kill both. And if she did, that didn't mean the humans would simply kill Kaori. That had happened previously, but that was a hopeless feast led by Kiyono and the wolf Yasunaga. In a feast as calm and collected as this one, they'd probably tie up Kaori and let the corruption have her while they looked for the other wolves. No, in Hashimoto, he could torture Kaori and try to get the identity of the other wolves out of her. But I won't explain that. Can't make promises anymore, but I will do everything in my power to try to kill Yasunaga tomorrow. Can you take that as a heartfelt sincerity? Kaori, you can't be selfish either. Everyone will die if things go well, so you need to think about ensuring things go that way. It's so hard. I just want this life of mine to be over. Kaori, I'm sorry. I went too far. Haru, look after Kaori. What are you doing? I'll take care of it myself. Alright? That was the most humane and ethical choice I could manage. I wouldn't let the unfortunate mother and girl dirty their hands and push them even further into a corner. Justification was a wonderful thing. Could apparently drive people to easily commit acts that would be insane otherwise. The door of the hut was surprisingly unlocked, so I went in and committed murder with shocking ease. His nearby farming tool is my weapon. Severed the big man's head from his torso and chopped him up into bits to make work easier for the cleanup crew the next morning. Knowing Hashimoto, he may have left a dying message while I thoroughly destroyed his body just to be safe. Felt like I slayed an evil troll. I'd done the deed in under an hour, and probably easier than I would have been if all three of us had done this together. As suspected, I found a camera, so I smashed it to pieces and buried it in the massive corpse. Made sure to destroy it at an angle that would destroy the memory card, too, in a way that made it look natural. After all, I didn't want people pointing fingers at City Dwellers tomorrow for having clearly gone out of their way to destroy it. Good. I was calm. Told the others it was over and we parted for the day. Wait. Haru called me near the end of their trip back to our homes. Sorry for leaving it all to you today. Huh? I'm the one who should apologize for leaving Kaori entirely to you. Killing is harder, isn't it? Easier than you think. Might be best if I do all the brutalization starting tomorrow, too. Get the feeling Kaori will go completely insane if she kills her sons with her own hands. You do know that means she might try to kill you, then. It's definitely possible. What a handful. Now, I'd say you're pretty formidable yourself. Sorry. No need to be. Still a big help in keeping Kaori in order. Least I can do. I'll come aid the killing tomorrow if I can. Like I said, just don't want to leave it all to someone playing the good guy like you. Well, you actually said it. Okay, I'll be counting you tomorrow. Oh, but don't go overboard during the day, alright? Yep. Just be the same old dumb cowardly teen rebel as always. Wait, you mean that's all an act normally? No, but it's capable of at least that much introspection. Good night. Good night. I called her formidable. I was referring to back then. Yes, back in that time when she instantly killed me for trying to abandon my role as a wolf. Naturally, I assumed she'd just give me a confused look. I'd say it was nothing and that'd be the end of that. Wonder what exactly she was apologizing for. Bugged me, but I returned the prefab, took off the outfit, and got changed. Learned yesterday the best to wear the costume with low clothing, so it was a simple task. The blood-stained wolf outfit would be gone come morning. Laid down, slumber took me away. Next morning, as I expected, the wolf outfit had vanished. Yes. As expected, there was a big fuss over Hashimoto's body. But what I didn't expect was that Takumi would beat the crap out of me the first thing in the morning. Because he investigated me. This bastard's a wolf. Takumi was the snake. Since he knew I was part of the gang that killed Hashimoto, he didn't hesitate to use full force on me. Feast was over in a flash. Everyone voted to lynch me. Was even allowed to vote on account of my face and throat being all smashed, so I did mean everyone. Given the situation, Haru and Kaori didn't waste any votes on trying to save me, naturally. I mean, what could they do? They just vote. Was that all that thinking for yesterday? What was all that thinking for yesterday? Takumi really was a snake. He really did suspect me, and everyone really did trust him once he got the chance to show off his strength. I was embarrassed I tried to act like a good guy. Next time, I'll get Takumi for sure. Oh, the mist was... Batting number 24. Let's see what they got to say here. Oh boy, you've done it now, eh, Chief? Another werewolf mistake you did this time, huh? Well, don't be discouraged. Just look at this hit and cheer up. Batting 24. Lynched by Takumi's superb influence. Why you died should be obvious, so that Takumi will live. You die is a threat for sure, but you need to stick to priorities. The branching point is, yeah, who to brutalize one. Yeah. That's it for this time. Right. Anyways. So. No Kia either. Yeah, I definitely played the game very well as the wolf at this time. Who to brutalize number 2. So. Okay. We can't kill yet. We're not going to be able to kill Yasu here, so what happens if we go for Yoshi? We would kill Yoshi. Killing the crow was a very logical move for the wolves. Even if Kanzo were alive, I don't think anyone could imagine Kaori was a wolf actively killing her sons. So it was important we had a consistent story. You okay for Yoshi? Yoshi. Oh, Yoshi. Alright, I can finally put him to rest. Getting pissed off again. But because I was twisted and playing the part of the villain, yet the two of them were supposed to be acting like they were good guys. Kaori, yes? Please kill him yourself. Otherwise the story wouldn't make sense. Murder was dumb out of motherly love. The crime needed to reflect that ideology. Because there's no way she could do it. And then she would suffer. Suffer. Alright. She shouldn't be alright with it. I'll do it too. I'll let you do the whole thing yesterday. Be thorough. Don't leave a semblance of his original shape behind. Why? So don't leave any traces behind. If it's done after the killing blow, he won't suffer. See. Alright then. Go with that too, Kaori? Yes. Don't become. Suffer. His room was just to the rear of the dining hall. It was a small room used for storage that had started sleeping in since 2 years back. Oh, it was always concerned since Yasu moved into the dorm. Sad, isn't it? How boys can't always live together? Like I cared. Go ahead. Hand her a grass sickle laying nearby. Do your best, please. There goes Yoshi. Finally calmed down from watching Kaori wail as she chopped up her son. The end, Haru just mostly watched blankly from the sidelines the whole time. By the time we had to carry Kaori back to the dining hall, she collapsed from exhaustion. My irritation had faded. Haru took the care of undressing her. It would have been hard to redress her, so it seemed like she moved the outfit and put her to bed. Is she switching to God mode now? Yeah. Yeah, it has to be it. Gone completely mad, haven't you, City Dweller? I'm not going mad. Then how could you corner Kaori like that with a faint smile? Because I was relieved. Huh? Generally, I live in accordance with the local common sense and sense of morality, so when I go mad, I have to go mad too. So when those go mad, I have to go mad too. I was relieved that a part of Kaori didn't want to kill her son. Seeing her cry was the load off my chest. He hadn't shown a single sign of remorse. I might have snapped and killed her. That's what is defined as going mad. Why is that? It's unfair for the one who went mad first not to take any responsibility. Splendid. I still cannot comprehend your abnormality. That's what attracts me to you. I think I'll make an exception and turn you down. Oh, what a cold answer. And why? Because you're... No, never mind. Reluctant to part, are you? Shut up. Just now I felt like I was on the verge of realizing what God was. But that sensation vanishes like a mist, and I return to the prefab with dissatisfaction lingering in my heart. Let's see what happens. I must have been really tired. Woke to the sound of someone knocking on the door. They were making quite a racket. Opened my eyes and looked out the window to see Haru. Wake up, Fusaishi, wake up. Quickly got up and realized something wasn't right. What's wrong? Kaori's lost it. It's dangerous to talk about that sort of thing during the day. Looked around inside in a hurry, but couldn't tell if anyone else was there in the mist. Still, I invited her in and locked the door so we could continue. What happened? First thing Kaori got up was Nichan. It was when I finally noticed Haru's breathing was ragged. There were tear stains on her cheeks. Calm down. There was so much blood. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Because I'm the one who pushed Kaori that far. But in the end, we killed everyone together. You don't have to think it's right. We can't do that. Now wasn't the time to persuade her. I left her behind the prefab and went outside. I armed myself with a stick to be safe and head towards the plaza, but by the time I got there, everything had been resolved. Dining hall was a sea of blood. In the midst, there was a blood-stained corpse that apparently belonged to Yasu. Oh my gosh, she got Yasu as well. Behind the counter, I saw the adults, or rather Hashimoto, pinning Kaori-san down. Hashimoto leaned on Kaori, leaving her gasping for air and moaning in agony. She must have been hurt. Fusaishi, could you bring me some rope and help me tie her up? Couldn't believe he still had a poker face on times like these. The spurt of blood on his chest only accentuated the oddity of all. Not that I was in any position to say anything about it. Alright, Rikako. Oh, this way. I took Rikako out of the ring of people surrounding Kaori and got what we needed. Kaori screamed and raged about being bound, but in the end could do nothing as we locked her up in the dining hall. Though we were all present after I brought Haru back, the oppressive atmosphere didn't fade. You okay, Haru? Did Hassan do anything to you? Of course not. Don't talk to me. Haru. First she lost her grandfather, now the boy had been like an older brother to her. There's nothing that could possibly cheer Haru up. Still, we had to do the feast as well as decide how to handle Kaori before that. With Kanzo, Takumi, and Yasu gone, Kiyono, Hashimoto, and I end up the biggest influence out of necessity. I was a little surprised that the two of them had agreed not to torture Kaori from the start. Maybe I was the one messed up for finding that surprising, but the both of them were avoiding tormenting a fellow villager. Thus I played along with them, knowing they'd give me an advantage. On the other hand, there was the matter how to deal with Kaori. While the people of Yasumi's were calling to hang her immediately, Hashimoto and Mamiya had different ideas. She broke the law, yes? That means she'll automatically be punished later, right? Leading someone so terrifying is definitely scary, but let's think calmly about this. Lost the Kuro and another human on top of that. We can't get them back. There are 10 of us here, and Kanzo didn't seem like a wolf, meaning there were almost certainly 3 wolves left. That girl, the Badger, has turned the wolves' side. That means they have 4 votes. We humans still have the majority with 6. Are you trying to say that gives us some breathing room? If we hang the wrong person today, we'll only have 4 votes against 3. I think it would be better to hang Madame Orbe and create a situation where we have 5 votes against 3, don't you? Only the monkeys and the snake have revealed themselves now. Speaking of which, what were the results of your investigation, Fusaishi? Seems like Haru's a woman. Human. Makes 4. And Mako is the badger, Kaori was a wolf. That means 2 of the remaining 4 are wolves. Isn't it more important to get rid of one confirmed wolf that when an imbalance exists over betting on a 50-50 chance? Logically speaking, he was right. Getting another drink. If the snake continued investigating with the spider protecting them, there would be no more unconfirmed people before long. There we go. Oh, man. If the humans could kill a confirmed wolf, they have more than half the votes over the wolves. We gain plenty of time until they could secure the victory. However, I don't know the details since I was there, but is Kaori really a wolf? Maybe she simply lost her after seeing the horrible state of Yoshi's body. Is this a slip-up? No, she said it herself. She said she received the blessing of the Yomatsu Okami, the true guardians, and that we were all Yomibito, and that she granted salvation, that she'd save her son through death. Taisan's eyes shifted toward the pool of blood, so Kaori confessed everything. What a handful of teammates she turned out to be. The story doesn't sound right, does it? I've heard that version of the story apparently exists in Kami Fujiyoshi, but... Anyway, all we gotta do is decide who to hang in the feast. All we can do is leave Kaori behind. See, I agree. What about the rest of you? No one objected. Let's take this to the hall. Oh, Kiyono? What is it? You laid your idea just now, but if we found another wolf, it would be a different story. I had a bad feeling about this. I gotta get hung here. Everybody drink, we're having the feast. Hashimoto, I'd like you to explain what you were implying. We do the same thing. There are two wolves amongst us, yes? Mochi and I are monkeys. Fusaishi's a snake, and Haru is a human. Also, Meiko is likely the badger. No, I'm not. Let that lady go. Man, it's supposed to be tough being a wolf. Huh, you think so? She's a little girl. So many would be reluctant to lynch her. To the wolf, she's a vote that's hard to lose. Well, I have no intention of killing her myself. If the humans win, she shouldn't have to die. Huh? That aside... Oh, excuse me. Anyways, the ones who haven't been confirmed yet are Yamawaki, Nosato, Uematsu, and Kyu. And one of those four is a wolf. On paper, anyway. At this point, I tried thinking like a wolf. I noticed something was off. Well, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. I wasn't trying to keep you in suspense. Honestly, what I consider off is nothing more than an impression of mine. When you suspect someone, you become cautious. With that said, take what Oribe said into serious consideration. It appears her killing was well-intentioned. Preposterous. Is it now? I was going to say the same goes for all of us after that. How? Wolves are the leaders of the Yomibito. They kill humans with corruption and grudges. Oh no, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the execution we all call hanging. It's believed that hanging someone brings them salvation, right? If that's better than being killed by the wolves. Well, yes. The wolves are the same in how they also justify their own killings as being for the supposed good of others. The outsider would never understand. Hashimoto. That was originally my role. Are you sure about this? My apologies anyway. Kaori acted under the belief that she wanted to kill her sons quickly for his own good. Thus, a desire to kill her sons must have been the first thing to have popped into her head naturally. And yet, she put herself at risk to kill Yasu instead of waiting for the night. Isn't that strange? Why wasn't Yasu the first victim then? Serizawa was the first to die, but it was Muro who was the first to die at the hands of the wolves. That's right. Takumi. Oh, Takumi, why? Is that strange? He was always at the heart of discussion, so the wolves tried to sabotage that. That's also true, but my claim was that Oribe likely wanted to kill her sons. So I think it would have made a lot of sense for the wolves to have killed Yasu. He had a point. If we killed Yasu, there was a good chance of us throwing the feast into emotional and conservative chaos. Which meant that Hashimoto's argument was, why was it that the wolves would go as far as to reject Oribe's opinion to target Muro? Maybe Kaori wasn't that hung up on killing him at that point? True, that's not out of the question, but there's more likely a possibility. After Serizawa stole her chance on the first day, she was denied on the second day. Oribe felt driven into a corner and went berserk. Shit, how do you know? Why do you think that's more likely? She said she was a wolf. The point is, she didn't have a problem with that, but she admitted it herself, right? She had caused that commotion with the approval of the other wolves. I don't think she would have ever said that. Curiously enough, I think Fusaisha had it right. She could say it because she simply lost her mind and gone into a rampage. Or she's simply feigning madness. I think we'd be worrying about more right about now. Let's see. So what you're saying is that everything went according to plan for the wolves up until Miro's death, but Kaori didn't approve. Which is why she caused this commotion, right? Where are you getting at with this? In other words, the wolves insisted on killing Muro, and though they had restrained Oribe until yesterday, they lost control of her today. Those wolves are supposedly amongst those four, but honestly, that just doesn't sound right. Sorry, that could be interpreted as me saying none of you look like you have the power to lead. But first of all, let's start with the lady. She is an elegant woman who can't see going out of her way to reject Oribe's somewhat valid proposal. Yamawaki is an elder, so she may have held more power than Oribe. But will she really use that to force her to kill Takumi first? You never do such a thing. That's sophistry. So long as Kaori was fixated on killing her beloved son quickly, it wouldn't be strange if it turned out the same way. What's gotten into you? This guy's trying to cast doubt on me. Could you keep quiet, Fusaishi? Damn. Yeah, he's ready to shut me down. I had to stop him. Stop from swaying everyone's hearts. As for Nosato, you do not appear to be well liked by the people of Yasumizu, so I don't think you could have cooperated with Oribe that well. Now you're making assumptions. Kaori always tried to maintain harmony, so maybe she just went along with Kiyono's decision the first time. Can't say I like hearing some of that, but I suppose you're right. Besides, I would have probably agreed to prioritize Yasu over Muro. As for Kiyu, this basically goes without saying, I don't think any of you will listen to what an outsider like her wanted. Well, you're right there. Besides, I don't have the makings of a leader in me. This means that the leader of the wolves is one of them. How bizarre. So maybe someone we assume to be a confirmed human was lying all along. Possible. So that would have to be one who claimed that the snake is actually a wolf. That's a lively imagination. No delusion you got there. Haven't you noticed, Fusaishi? You barely said a word today. And when you did, it was only to attack my arguments. Is it natural to fight back against someone trying to frame you? Stop it. You all say that, but you seem quite irritated yourself. You're actually strange, too. Fortunately, no matter how strange I may seem, I'm not a wolf. I'm a monkey, and yes, I am irritated. While I can't say I agree with people killing each other, given the special environment they were born into, I could at least understand it to some degree. But an outsider who sneaks into the village, takes advantage of the circumstances to commit crafty murders is truly revolting. Like I said, those are your own delusions. You base this whole insane premise that I'm some sly brute. Besides, didn't you say so yourself? An outsider can't lead the wolves? I don't know if you're partners or lovers or whatever, but those are some pretty ballsy double standards you have to protect Mamiya, yet you accuse me. Excuse me? I can't let that one pass. Are you messing around? Well, he may not be wrong. No, there's nothing going on between Hashimoto and I. Good, it was a huge risk, but now I cast down on Hashimoto's side. Now I just had to press some more, and... not an outsider anymore. You've been welcomed as a member of this village. And I'd say that was a fairly sly act on your part. You forced your way into joining the village, then gained the minimum amount of trust. Was it all planned? Plus, you had the guts and silver tongue to declare yourself a snake. You could also have cajoled Oribe, couldn't you? Though it seems you couldn't talk your way out of this one. Oh, is this what they call lack of trust? My condolences. I'm sure you realized at some point that Takumi was probably the snake and decided to kill him. Who even are you to begin with? Why'd you make your way into the settlement? Did you already know about all this? Damn, this is some good questioning. His verbal assault was entirely based on speculation, but it was a well-crafted story. Like you said, those are nothing but speculation. Of course it was, because it was the story I'd actually put together. His deductions just happened to be right on the money, that was all. What if I said something that wasn't a speculation? Got something, by all means, go for it. How did you know? Huh? Maybe figure out last night's victim was Yoshi through process of elimination? But how did you know the state of his body? Maybe you didn't know, but his body was cleaned up long before you woke up. Shit. I don't know the details since I was there, but is Kaori really a wolf? Maybe she simply lost after seeing the horrible state of Yoshi's body and end up killing Yasuo as a result. I said something a wolf couldn't have known. What do you mean? Yeah, all you can do is play dumb, right? Seriously, I don't know what you mean. These delusions are not up to you or to decide if it's a delusion or a convincing hypothesis. Just then, everyone stared daggers at me. Let's vote, shall we? I'd be completely defeated. Still, I'm not a wolf. Naturally, everyone voted to hang me. Haru voted for me too, as she was right to. Cleaving off the lizard's tail was a good choice. She didn't need words to cover for me. At any rate, 2 wolves have been eliminated on the same day. It was all Kaori's fault. Was that the way I should think? Or should I think that I'd handled her the wrong way? Seriously, was there a way for the wolves to achieve victory here? Was there a way to step over that brilliant cameraman's corpse and press onwards? I felt like I was playing a troll game deciding to be possible to win. Continued to lament the absurdity of my situation the very moment my consciousness sunk into the mist. Dead. Number 25. We're racking up dead ends left, right, and center today. Woo! Done now, Chief. You died totally knocked you out. Yeah. This was the highlight of the werewolf defeats, wasn't it? Anyway, let's get to that. I mean, there's only one other choice to make. Mad Mommy equals total defeat death. Outcome would be really tricky, but you need to pick the other choice at 6. What happens there will clearly be detrimental to the wolves, but a preferable outcome to this one. Well, it's one of Kaori's typical rampages, so you'll understand for yourself when you see the events that follow. Yep, with that said, that's it for this time. No key. And I'm not getting any keys with these paths. You'd think that you would. Okay. Am I not given a choice for who to brutalize 3? Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. I already know. So there's answer God. There we go. That would not go well. No, I do. Let's see what happens when we persist. Maybe she'll kill me instead. So I persist in victory with the methods I devised. Ah, I see. To be humans to desire death. Out of all these with set destinies, only humans are eager to die. There are animals who die for their children. They've merely chosen death, manipulated by inevitable fate like you would by God. You don't know why, but you wish to die for no reason. But sometimes humans take pleasure in receiving avoidable deaths they did not wish for, much like you right now. That is exactly what makes you so lovable, villain. Understood. Watching you die, rise again, and greeting you again at that time shall serve as entertainment for me in this transient world. Sure she does now. She was merely referencing my own perceived memories. It wasn't like she retained them the way I... Okay, she doesn't. Then again, I wasn't confident if I preserved my own will, or rather the continuity of my soul between loops. As long as Yasumizu Fujiyoshi was around, she would continue to exist. No. Would even God disappear if I looped back? It was okay. My death wasn't set in stone. Yes, it's best to look at it that way. Will you be going back now? Yeah. Oh, whatever is that? Instinctively looked away. I felt a warm sensation at the back of my neck. Feeling better now? Pain in my body faded. Was that you? Well. Was it now? Miracles can happen. If you are aware of how tomorrow will go, then this fun night in your end shall be a good time. Yes, farewell, city dweller. Return before the dogs come. What? She faded into the mist. Felt a slight stickiness on my neck. It was her tongue, or rather her lips. Feeling jacked up from a kiss with a girl? Oh my, a middle schooler? Thus I trivialized the situation, returned the prefab. Interesting. Armed with an old hoe, I walked through the morning mist. Met with Haru before the feast. She walked with me side by side carrying a sickle. She understood what we were going to do without even me having to say it. Morning. Morning. But by exchange of those words, we confirmed that we were human and evil. It was a declaration that we may have borrowed that imputed God's power to get this far, yet we were traveling down the path of villainy, not the road God has provided us. This is... Man, weren't you tied up? I see. So it really was the Okami. Those words were clearly indicated not the wolves of the feast of the Yomi Purge, but the paranormal entities who lent power to them. After all, we'd untied ourselves. After all, Yoshi was dead. After all, we'd been heavily wounded, yet here we were wielding weapons. Good eye. Declaration of parting. Mako stared wide-eyed at us. Though she didn't understand, she could guess that on our side of the invisible boundary between us were blood-stained wolves. Go ahead, R. In the end, it was fitting. We are. That should be the one to declare a victory. Where are the wolves? Huh? Where are the wolves? Indeed, we were the wolves who threatened Yasumizu. Wait, this was... Oh, so that was it. What are you saying? We're the wolves, I'm telling you. That's our line. We've been slaughtering the impure humans. Yomabito must be returned to Yomi. So, come here, Mako. Holy shit. Don't listen to her, Mako. We're the real wolves. I thought... The humans declared themselves to be the wolves. Interesting! Never expected this strategy. Humans don't lie, so there would be no point in declaring oneself a wolf. This was a blind spot born from that belief. It was clear as day who the badger was this time, so I thought we could always get an extra vote. But in hindsight, the same applied to humans as well. In that case, why not tell us exactly how you killed Takumi, Nichan, Yoshi, and that big man? Haru realized the situation, tried to counterattack. Unlike all our efforts so far, we were seeking proof not that we were innocent, but guilty. I'm so excited I don't even remember. Bullshit, and you know it. Indeed, it was bullshit. Anyone could tell who the real wolves were, so long as they were an adult. Shit. Who are the wolves? Who are the good wolves? The little girl who spent nearly the entire feast staring off into space, only speaking up to give her votes. Couldn't possibly tell. It's us, Mako. Yes, us. So persistent. It's us. Mako, let's sing together. Finally tell you, Mako. I wanted to tell you I was on your side from the very start. No, don't listen to her, Mako. Get over here already, you dumb brat. Damn it. Mako walked over to Rikako. Now let's vote. Amazing, I never thought of a trick like that. Actually, I'm a wolf too. Said you were the monkey this whole time. Oh yeah, well, but the eccentric in me wants to be on the wolf's side. Sorry, Haru. Make sure it doesn't hurt too bad. Can't say the same for Hassan, though. Oh, but it could be interesting if Haru tries to kill me tonight. Okay, then. Oh, yeah. Hassan, Mamiya, Haraki, Fusayuki, you were lying this whole time. You toyed with everyone. Vote for Mamiya. Oh, boy. Yudai gave you the idea, didn't he? Fortunately, that's exactly it. Though I must say, earning your hatred is quite the achievement. What did you do, Haru? Go nuts? Whatever put you at ease. I don't think we didn't come... Oh, don't think we didn't come prepared. Hisako, Rikako, and Mochi all took out sharp objects that were hiding and pointed them right at us. Well, you're not that kind of person. Is that your journalist intuition talking? Woman's intuition. I know a scoundrel when I see one. She had us beat. I threw aside my weapon. I had a shotgun last time. What happened next was hardly worth talking about. I was hanged and died. Did God see this future? How did she plan to avoid this? That question seemed to fade in the mist along with my consciousness. Interesting. No new keys. I have to go all the way back. Hey, you done now, eh, Chief? Though I should probably tip my hat off to Hisako here. This turn of events was rather tricky. Make sure you pay close attention to this, and maybe you should listen to what the god has to say. Badger betrayal lynching. Just so you know, numerically, this is the final bad ending in the main story. But at this point, you should be missing many of them. So if any of you are worried about filling them all in, don't be. For those who got this and all the others that are completing the game, congratulations. It must have been tough with so many, huh? Now on to the details. Thanks to Hisako's plan, you were soundly defeated the wolves. In the votes, sorry. To turn the tables on this one. Well, it seems God is an idea, so why don't you try leaving it to her for now? Go back and pick another choice. Well, that's all for this time. Oh, I almost forgot. Want to know how to fill in that last bad ending spot? Well, when you get all the other endings, maybe something will show up. Well, that's a little Easter egg. Don't get too excited for it. Instead, look forward to the climax of the main story. Let me say it again. Die another hearty death next time. Alright, guys. Alright. We're kind of done in the darkness path. There's nothing I can do because I got key 20. I still need key 3 from somewhere. Key 3 is going to unlock like the final path up here somewhere. Way too much to scroll through. let's see here. Yeah, I need key 3. Select trap. That's really it. Alright. So, got that. Wit. Anything in wit that we can do with key 20. Yes! How to pass time. I need keys 10. Oh, no, I got keys 10, 11, 12. Duh. Anywhere else? Yeah. Got everything here that I can get. Alright, so I'm going to go back up there with lock 20. Good lord. Having to scroll all the way up in these chapters. I should just zoom out. Okay. How to pass time. I'm going to ask Hisako a question. Got the key for this. Ha! Oh yeah. Just came back to me. It was the me that had been crushed by a million sheep. I'd somehow forgotten that. The looping was kind of irregular this time, so my memories weren't maintained properly. Anyway, since I remembered it now, I figured I had to ask her something. Huh? What is it, Fusaishi? This one, I'm the snake. I'd said I was going to get some fresh air and caught to Mamiya. This time, like she was a wolf, so I wasn't very stable right now. So she was very stable right now. With the whole snake action pulled tomorrow, she'd go completely out of control. I'd have liked to have talked to her in a time where Hashimoto was alive, but I imagine it'd be hard to find a chance to talk to her then. Remembered at a decent time though, so whatever. I'd make it work. I have more questions about the old stories here. About the badger? I don't think that ever leave the realm of imagination. There's no point in talking about it, is there? Acting like she didn't know, huh? Oh, I'm interested in something that came up before that. You gave some examples of wolf, snake, monkey, and crow shrines, right? Even names some snake gods. What about spider? You noticed. She giggled in a somewhat creepy manner. Apparently it's easy to talk to her if it was about her specialty. I actually don't know of a single place worshipping a spider servant. I need to read it up more. But it's not like the spider gods are common, right? Yeah, I know a bunch of spider yokai, though. I know that centipedes are Bishamon's servants. You know about Shingen Takeda's centipede army, right? Yeah, it's a popular military symbol because centipedes can only go forward, right? Yeah, isn't that good enough? They're close enough to spiders, right? I wouldn't say so. Thought so. Spider gods are rare, if you look at the rest of the world. They are. Yes, there's the African Anasai, the North American Iktomi. Besides, there's a lot of spider-based stuff in Native American myths, and I have a theory about that. Oh? She looked behind me, so I turned around and saw Yasu. Sorry, I was just wondering what you two were talking about. Oh, we're just continuing the occult. I asked about it. I was hard to continue in the dining room. See, but you shouldn't have a secret chance of this situation. That's true, but unraveling legends is important. I'm just interested in it, too. Know what you mean. Is that what you call folklorists? No. The actual specialists would get mad if you called it that. It's more like a mythology nut talk or folklore gossip. So, you're interested. You can join us. Make us less suspicious. Good point. Guess I'll hang around a bit. You weren't saying anything that was worth hiding anyway. Were you talking about the spiders? Yes, I have an outrageous theory about it. The Uematsu family was actually descended from the... Oh my god. From the Ojibwe Native Americans. What? What does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean? You abandoned me the moment you realized the joke didn't click. Oh, You know about the dream catchers? Is that an attraction or something? Oh, I know. It's a net thing made of string of wood, the mobile-like decoration. That's right. Those things were first crafted by the Native American tribe, and it's actually based on the spider's web. Like it says in the name, it catches all bad dreams, so only lets through the good ones, so the children can sleep well. Also, the story about the dream catcher speaks of a spider woman called Sibikashi. Sounds like the Uematsu, right? It does. Spiders said to protect people from the dreams of Yomi. Amazing. Then the Uematsu are actually Native Americans who came here centuries ago? So I go, don't be fooled. Huh? Though there's a faintest sliver of a chance it's true, but it's probably just a coincidence. Similar legends all over the world, it's hard to argue that they're actually all the same thing. There are even theories that Japanese are actually Jews and that Minamoto no Yoshitsune is actually Genghis Khan. What, Genghis Khan? Don't just believe it. These theories are much based on the one that says that the T and J have the same origin because they're similarly shaped. I see. There are many people who get into these things out of boredom, delusion, or over a grudge, and they're often the loudest ones. I will admit that these people's delusions are a source of dreams, but you should enjoy them with discretion. Oh, went on a tangent there, but anyway, no, I don't think she's Native American blood. We do believe that it's not unlikely she could be related to some very old folktale. Let's see. By the way, you know Jung? He's one of the fathers of psychology, and he's proposed some fantastical concepts. I think he was in one of my ethics at work books. Are you talking about the collective unconscious? It's related, but I'll leave the complex stuff aside for now. Jung believed that similarities in legends and myths are born because mental images that most of humanity can relate to. Race and era don't matter here. It's a universal image that all of mankind understands, and that's why similar myths can be created in different places and cultures. Bold assumption. I actually think what you said about history being the prime influence here is more likely. He had detractors, of course, but that's where he believed, and he gave the name archetype to these common images. He defined several archetypes himself: trickster, anima, etc., etc. Among those, the spider is considered to symbolize the Great Mother. Great Mother. Yes. Mother that gave birth to all, loves and cherishes all, as well as the one that binds all, obsesses over them, then consumes it all, only to birth them again. It's an Earth Mother sort of entity. Humanity collectively sees that, the spider, or thinks of such things upon seeing it, apparently. Good lord. If there's really such an archetype, it'd be no surprise something embodying the idea of a spider weaving a net protecting the sleep of the children. It was born in both America and Japan with no real connection between the two. See, so I'm guessing that's a psychology subject. Hey, well, my role here is just pressing some weird, fantastical theories. Don't take it too seriously. But the fact that there are many ways to approach these theories is due to me. Know what you mean? Sure have a lot of fun if I could analyze the local faith properly. Would saying it's fun make people mad, though. But really, if I could make money off it, I'd investigate myself. Where can you study that kind of thing anyway? Did you learn it in college or something? Huh? Didn't you want to be a lawyer? Yes, of course. My teacher always used to say that college is a place where you learn what you want to. If you change your mind, I'll introduce you to a cultural anthropologist from Essex University. Thank you. Mamiya-san left him a business card and said she could contact her anytime. Continue to ask about folkloristics. Looking really passionate about it. Really appreciate how people could bond over academic subjects in most unexpected places. Well, actually, I had another question for myself. Nichan, what are you doing here? Oh yeah, sorry, I'm heading back. Sorry about that. I'll talk to you again if you don't mind. Not at all. Sure get around. Hold on, what do you mean? Perfect time from Haru. I feel like I might have ruined the future of a promising youth. Ruined is a big word. Though I won't deny that being a cult writer is an ideal occupation. Wow, so rude. But I can't deny that. But if he wants to be a scholar, I don't think anyone would make fun of him. You're in sciences, right? I guess you could say that. Let me just tell you that you shouldn't underestimate how little money liberal arts majors make. Sorry, I completely forgot. Now I'm annoyed. Anyway, we should go back to... before that. You said you know spider yokai, right? Can you name some? Given that there's the Yorigumo, depending on the legend, the image it gives out is a creature that commands fire and embraces children. Mostly, it's an enchanting woman that does something to men. The Tsuchigumo, defeated by Minamoto, was just a huge spider, but it could transform into a beautiful woman. Sounds to me like the spider's archetype is evil woman. Know what you mean? They're black widows, too. We laugh a bit, chatting with Mia was always entertaining. Also some legends about minor spider yokai, I guess. Something more modern, there's the spider's thread. Kandata spared a simple spider, but the one who let the thread down was Buddha. See, Uematsu's clothing with Buddhist influences, too. I don't know if that's relevant, though. Besides, all I have is pure fiction, like the Atlach Nacha. If you go there, you'd have to rethink all other guardians. It's true. The Hound of Tyndalos, Valusia's servant men, monkeys. What's good for a monkey? Wendigo? I wonder why there aren't many Japanese spider gods. Because they're creepy? And up a monster must have been the best they could do. Unexpectedly shallow for the country that came up with the concept of Yaoyorozu. There's God and everything. Think about this more seriously. That might be because Japan's a country of the Amatsukami. Amatsukami? Yes, the lineage starting with the... Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to need a second with this one. Yep, the lineage starting with the Ameno Minakano Sushi. Jesus Christ. Then going to Izanagi and then Izanami, the Amaterasu, and the heavenly grandson Ninigi. Out of all this, Izanagi and Izanami I know. First Emperor of Japan, Jinmu came 3 generations after Ninigi, so the current imperial family would be the descendants of the Amatsukami. Oh, there were gods before Izanagi and Izanami? Tons. They created the country and lots of other gods, but there were gods born alongside the creation of heaven and earth. Anyway, gods with roots in heaven, Takamagahara, are considered Amatsukami. While those who left Takamagahara and end up living on earth like Susanoo are Kunitsukami. Then the Amatsukami said they control that whole... They control Japan. I'm just saying... I'm not saying that. That is... I can't do it again. That's too much brain power. After much wrangling, they end up striking an agreement. The Kunitsukami end up living a secluded life in the Izumo Grand Shrine and handle control over Ashi to Amatsukami. I am sorry, that is just... There's just... Sometimes words are too big. If that Emperor Jinmu traveled east to make a city, then defeated powerful enemies like Nagasunihiko and the numerous Tsukuyomo. That's not the yokai, by the way. Derogatory name for the clans who used to live here. Anyway, he conquered them. Finally built the foundation of the current Yamato. That's what the Kojiki say about the creation of this country. Huh? It was that complicated? I only knew Izanagi, Izanami, Amano, Iwato, and the defeat of Orochi. Well, it's a pretty authoritarian country, so it's meant to represent that. That's kind of disrespectful, isn't it? Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Though Kunitsukami married the Amatsukami in some cases, they're rarely considered to be the main ones. In the world of Japan, myth, the male lineage takes precedence, so it means that this country belongs to the descendants of the Amatsukami. Consider the aforementioned snake god, Omano Nusushi. He's a Kunitsukami, and you can see that Amatsukami are more prevalent. Though the story you mentioned, the one about Susanoo, is pretty vague in that regard, but you could still interpret it as an Amakasumi story. Oh my god. So, that's true. So yeah, they're spider gods, but they've been categorized as Kunitsukami. And if you ignore Okuninushi and Omononushi, they're all very minor. God damn. I see. Well, that was interesting, I see. Sorry I couldn't give you a proper answer. Well, I was just killing some time here. Sorry for bothering you. Don't worry, I enjoyed it too. Maybe you should tell it to Chiemi and Mochi too. They're interested in myths? I guess so. But man, I don't want to go back there. The dining hall's too tense. Anyway, left a line that pretty much implied that I knew who the wolves were. I'm dead. Maybe you should start panicking and kill me. They make things easier for me. Nothing? Turned around and saw no one. So she ignored it, or maybe she just broke things off with it for her own safety. I might have underestimated her. She clearly wasn't the type of person to panic and kill someone in the daytime and suffer the corruption. I had no choice then. Am I going to go kill myself? Still trying something or another in this timeline again, but in the end I decided to just jump into Serenaga. Things I learned today made it impossible for me to sit still. Such a major key to this mystery. I had to bring it to me the next loop as soon as possible. After gathering my result, I took a step forward. Gravity vanished. Right before I died, I thought about my one regret. It was the chat from before. Talking about history and the occult alongside with me and Yasu was a lot of fun. He also seemed to be enjoying himself a lot too. What a waste. Got to talk about the settlement's interesting history, had a lot of fun doing it, and shared this pleasure with Yasunaga, yet it'll all be gone now. Felt like I just gained another reason to end this nightmare. Love to chat with them about the occult as normal people, not as potential wolves or humans. Maybe we drink over it, too. Oh, right. Yes, it was underage. Crashed into the ground. Key number 9, Myth and Archetype. I needed key number 3. Interesting, though. Bad ending number 12. Hell yeah. You did it, Chief! You take key number 9, one of the final keys. Still, it was a real jumble of information, so let's get straight to the analysis. Bad ending 12. Lazy suicide after gathering the remaining story bits. You'll see for yourself exactly what part of all of Hisako Mamiya's jibber-jabber was the key to the truth when you read the rest of the story. Key 9 only focuses on the final keys, so just hold on to it carefully for now. If you haven't gone there yet, first go to 2, Deadsmith's Her Motive, and get key 3 from Chiemi's stomach. You didn't have to tell me that key 3 was there. That, you want to go to the branch and unlock by key 3. In other words, 4, Infiltration, all set. Get a ton of info from there. I am just going everywhere on this one, man. Love it. Die another hardy death. Alright. Keeps redirecting me back there, but I'm the kind of person that doesn't like doing that. Alright. I think, honestly, that is all I can do until I get key number 3. Yeah, I need key number 3. Okay. So this is the only place I can go to right now. Her objective. You're desperate, you need an alibi, you're a thirsty perv, you feel guilty. All of them. All of the above. That's the answer. Boom. At that moment, my head was flooded with information. It's all of it. Felt like my mind was crushed by a million sheep. Yeah, it was. Crap, why did I forget? Do my memories carry over in a weird way because the method from back then was weird? Well, then again, this wouldn't be the first time my memories didn't carry over properly. Maybe I should have counted myself lucky for remembering it all. I had tons of things to think about. About the beast in the village. The giant monster. The dream enveloping Fujiyoshi, as well as the looping the sheep had told me about. But wasn't time to worry about that. Huh? Haraki, what's wrong? This girl. One time she, fearful of God, faced the wolves with me, eventually met an awful end to Saranaga. Another time she was a cold-blooded wolf that silenced me, one of her own, then went corner, tried to kill everyone. And last time, she interfered with us wolves by, for whatever reason, killing herself on the first day of the feast. Her smile that night had been burned in my mind, continuing to torment me. Chiemi. Hold on. I knew the reason why she'd done that. It was simple. She'd been dropping hints ever since the very start. They were more like slips of the tongue, small and almost impossible to notice. Hey, you're not feeling too good? Do you hate the sort of stuff? Ah, sorry, I guess I got carried away. All of them. Huh? All of the options you named are correct. Yeah, there are wolves here in Fujiyoshi. Yeah, you're a real murderer. And correct me if I'm wrong, but before I came to Saranaga, you were about to saw off shotgun barrels. Preparing to kill people is something you'd want to hide, so you need an alibi. Huh? What? Why? You remember the previous loops. You should hurry before I change my mind. Hey, that might have been our final farewell in this life, so I wanted to make it nice. That was weird. You said you agreed to go on a road trip with me because you were going to die anyway. But the mist hadn't even shown up yet when I invited you. That means you knew the mist was about to arrive. She lost track of what she was supposed to know and not know. It happened to me, too. Haruaki, you ran away because of trouble with women, right? Thought you figured out that was dumb because you were a shark. But if you had memories of the previous loops, it's only natural for you to know that was dumped. I told that to you myself. Play with me. Hold my hand. Take me on a bike ride far away. Let me spend all day sleeping in your arms. The moment that confirmed it was when you came to me as a wolf and told me about your feelings. Back then, I wasn't a bike rider, but a suicidal guy who arrived here through Count Fujiyoshi. You have no reason to think that you could just hitch a bike ride with me. You know that the real abnormality here isn't the feast, but the looping. Wouldn't make sense otherwise. God, she's going crazy. She suddenly screamed. In her hands, she held a familiar hunting knife. Am I dead? It didn't work. Dropping it all on her so suddenly was too much for her to handle. Though regret dulled my mind, my vision sharpened, I saw her slowly charge at me. I have been used to death by now, but I didn't want to be slow and painful. It was the time I was given just to close my eyes. An impact. Collapsed on my back, sharp pain assaulted me. At least though it was going to, but it didn't. It was warm weight against my body. Slowly opened my eyes. Did she kill herself? No. Her face was brimmed with intense emotion. As her eyes filled with tears, the hand with the knife went limp. The blade fell free. No way. There's no way I wasn't the only one. It's just a dream, isn't it? I'm about to wake up and start the feast again, right? Don't give me false hope. Not with this face, at least. This isn't a dream. Well, to be clear, though, it might be reduced to a dream eventually. This moment is real right now. Since we share the memories the dream gives us, the moments we share will never be merely dreams. Haruaki, I don't have any weapons on me right now. I won't strangle you either. I won't do anything at all, so... Can I cling to you? Yeah. She's been trapped in this loop forever. She clung to my chest and wailed. Emotion, tears, none of it was restrained. So scared. I was so scared. It was so lonely. I was the only one going back again and again and again and again. I killed and got killed by them all so many times, and their deaths, their words. They all just kept piling up. How many loops have you had? Stopped counting after 100. Must have been hard. It was. She's been looping this whole time. She'd basically be driven mad. As I embraced her, crying without end, I felt something in myself as well. This was a hell from which not even death could save you. Wandering through it alone, no one could help feeling the frail and helpless. Spent most of my time here chasing after the mystery behind it all. As long as I still had ideas to try, the mystery was both my greatest fear and fascination. What if I ran out of ideas? What if I tried everything I think of, only discovered there was no escape from this loop, and I was a prisoner of it for eternity? My worst fear was the mystery without an answer. As one faced with that very possibility, I could really relate to her. The alcohol must have made her more emotional, too. She was crying unceasingly, and as someone who cared about the appearances, I had to hold back from getting emotional myself. It took her almost an hour to calm down. She began talking. I wouldn't have minded if she would just went to sleep, but the joy and excitement from finally finding someone who shared her experience probably wouldn't have let her. It's time to check some answers. I'm impressed that you knew. Yeah, I was actually sawing off barrels. In this timeline, I'm an outsider to end up not participating in the feast, and you didn't have your guns, right? Is that because I interrupted you and made you leave the Shaka to Saranaga? Seriously, you really are a detective, aren't you? If I was, I wouldn't be relying on theories and assumptions like this. It's an evidence-based profession. That's why I need to ask. Next question. Are you a murderer? No. Not yet. This time, anyway. At least I ain't killed anyone before coming back to Yasumizu. But you had 2 guns, right? I just want to go hunting with Kanzo. First, anyway. She continued to talk. It was May of her 3rd year in college. Time to go job hunting. With the job market in the state it was, most of the leads she found on work sounded more like horror stories. Some couldn't find a job despite checking 100 places. Some went straight to exploitative businesses. Some had all the credit in the world, yet ended up working at the docks or something. Jamie had no particular profession in mind, nor did she find any ideas at her seminar, so she was at a loss. Her situation made even worse when her boyfriend left her. Oh, so you're like me. Shut up. He was your second boyfriend, right? Why'd he break up with you? Remember all the details, huh? Anyway, you said that girls with guns creep him out. Might have been weird for a normal man's perspective, but personally, that just intrigued me. How long have you been dating? Got together, started Golden Week, and left you right after it was over. Ouch. Damn. Should I just kill you? Anyway, the failed relationships and life of the city in general was starting to get to her, so she started to consider moving back here after graduation. Back to Fujiyoshi, the place she supposedly hated. Forgot most of the bad things after moving away from here. And yet she came back and now she's stuck. She used job hunting as a pretext to take a short vacation. She returned here 2 days ago on Friday. She figured that refreshing her mind and body here would help her with the job search. Locals neither celebrated nor disliked the fact she came back. They just gave her a normal welcome. They hadn't changed. She, however, had. Past, I used to study after waking up at 5, but now I'm so used to the easy college life that my circadian rhythm was completely off. I even forgot my MD player. I couldn't borrow it from anyone here since no one had one. Man, did I think the rural life was uncomfortable. No convenience stores nearby either, and since everyone else is so frugal, they didn't even feel like drinking with me. I expected something different, to be honest. This is where I belong and all that. Yeah, no. This place is half abandoned. Why did I ever expect something like that? I realized that this is the place for me either. I woke up on May 10th, yesterday morning. That was the point I looped back to at first. That was unexpected. I also found out something more. The point to which she looped back to had changed twice so far. First time was the morning of May 10th. This return point stayed consistent for 57 times. Of course, it was just a normal day for me the first time. I spent 2 days doing nothing, and then the mist came. I was hanged on the first day. They said something about me bringing corruption from the outside. Horrible, right? I still remember the first time my breathing stopped. Looped back. At first I thought it was just a long nightmare. But then the mist came again. Looped back many times, no matter what I said or did. Couldn't make it past the fourth day. I was really sad about it. I thought it showed just how worthless I was to them. Yeah, sorry, I know. It's not that simple. But my 57th death, I just figured out this is just how it was. Not like it was a big deal to them. I was a wolf after all. The wolves back then were Chiemi and Tai. But Chiemi being easy to suspect and Tai not handling herself well, they just couldn't win the feast. Still, they successfully brutalized a few people before both of them got hanged. In the end, Chiemi took the initiative and committed murders with her own 2 hands. It did not take long for her to try to just kill everyone while breaking the rules. Her trial and error became a matter of just who I kill and how. After that, there was a change. Mako wandered in. Happened the day after the first restart point. It was already 2 a.m. now, so that would be the morning of yesterday, May 11th. The boring, meaningless day became a big deal. The reason for that lost girl wandered from the upstream Serenega. Takumi had told me that it wasn't uncommon for Serenega to bring corpses, but this was the first time I brought a living human. Not just any living human, a girl of unknown origins. According to Jimmy, if there was some trouble in Yasumiza, they couldn't just call someone to inform them about it. Instead, there was an unspoken agreement that they would just bring it up while chatting with the driver of the truck that brought food and supplies here once a week. They mentioned Lost Girl, and since the driver was in touch with the Higuchis, the village heads would know about it too. If something was done about a problem they were told about, that was great, but if it wasn't, it meant that Ken Fujiyoshi didn't plan to get involved. They tried to get help by phone once, but that got the truck driver to just not bring the supplies for a week, which is pretty messed up. Next supply run would be Thursday. It's some time away, so they didn't know what to do with the girl. Tai screeched about chasing her out, but in the end, Rikako agreed to take her in. The problem was solved, for anyone but Chiemi anyway. I mean, she just appeared out of nowhere on the 58th time. Wonder what that was about. It was a change, just big enough to make me wonder if there was hope in this nightmare. Beast soon started, and the Guardian Simon strained a lot. Takumi was a snake, reveal on the first day. You probably know this timeline. So that's when I joined in as well. So basically the time where I was alive but didn't participate was similar to the one I just wasn't there at all. Still, she was human in the new timeline. That change gave her hope, so she started experimenting again. Didn't take long for her to despair again. Takumi died early, and I either got hanged or killed by wolves early. One time, Kaori went crazy and poisoned the food. The ones who died happened to be the wolves, and we won. Left Yasumizu, but the late-night bus got engulfed in mists, and I don't know what happened, but it probably crashed and I got sent back. The return point was out Sunday morning. The moment Mako wanders in had become the new routine. I didn't see any way out. Morning of May 11th. It was the restarting point that she'd went back to more often than any other. Overcome by despair, she tried trying to challenge the feast's rules. Tried escaping, surviving the corruption, after killing more than one day, etc. After dozens of tries, she concluded there was no way to escape these laws. At that point, she killed each of the locals dozens of times. Whenever I saw their faces, I began thinking of their corpses dying screams for the first time or that time. These memories began popping up in my mind. It wasn't like it to hurt anything. I just actually got too okay with it. She began to think that I might have been the true reality. That everyone already died and became Yomobito. That story I heard as a wolf was right. That's why I started doing whatever and seeing what stuck. I even tried killing everyone before the feast began, even though I knew there was no way it could lead me to victory. Well, it didn't. No matter how hard I tried, it was either hanged, killed, or got caught in the mist and died. At that point, I was already tired of dying. It hurt, of course, but more than that, it just became boring. Only way to beat the boredom now is find new ways to kill people. Many impossible deaths happening on repeat. It warped her heart and mind. So yeah. I'm a real murderer now. What was the thing to say with such a smile? Araki, don't become like her. Finally realized what that meant. Don't become like me. That's what you wanted to say, right? Yeah. Well-placed warning indeed. Fortunately, back then, I not only missed it, but went on to become the absolute worst murderer I could think of. Your arrival was the third change since Mako came. The starting point moved about 12 hours, too. Night of May 11th, the day before the feast, as well as the day I got lost on my bike ride and Shimmy went out to prepare to kill. That was the newest starting point and the one she and I actually shared. First, I didn't expect much. You were just a funny guy who'd probably die like Mamiya and Hashimoto. But after you came, for some reason, more and more changes started happening. Mamiya survived for once. I became wolf again. And, what? Nothing. Anyway, then Hashimoto-san survived and the roles changed again. I understood everything once I saw Haru go to the construction site. Oh yeah, since the wolves did their jobs, when everyone was sheltering, anyone who stayed outside and watched would quickly know who they were. You were human until then, but when you became a wolf, I was worried that you'd go insane like I did. That's why I said that. Really didn't want to remember that. Once I become a wolf, I intend not to be bound by Yotsumizu's rules, but in the end I become the utter madman. To make it worse, I end up dancing in the palm of God's hand. Jimmy's words might become a subconscious break for the madness racing within me. That was why your face came to mind whenever I was partaking in something really messed up. Anyway, this reminds me of another mystery. Wait, how'd you go outside back then? I just saw on the second floor of the dorm and shot any stray dogs going up. Wait, what? You can beat the night just like that? A gun is all you need? No, it just buys you some time. Eventually the real deal comes. Real deal? The thing with a wolf head and a human body. That has to be a human wearing clothes like the ones we were given the wolves. That werewolf, man-wolf, works for Shinai-san, a servant of the Okami. You were a wolf, so you saw the figures of the Hanging Pines graveyard, right? That was a Shinai-san, and those who met out as punishments are werewolves. And there are lots of them. Shinai was Okami. Great Lord Shinai and Okami were the same thing. Mamiya-san said that too. 3 creatures came to you in a dream. Besides them, there were lots of monsters who carried out their will. God had implied that the dogs, the bringer of corruption, were the servants of the badger. Mujina-sama. Either those werewolves as underlings might have been the power of the Great Lord Shinai as Okami. So even if you get rid of the bringers of corruption, you always die when faced with that thing? Jimmy nodded. It didn't look like I could go anywhere from here, so I would just leave it at that. Back to what we were talking about. Why did you decide to wait for us outside? I thought I'd just end it. Huh? I was all alone at the feast. But there was this person to help me out a lot. Me? Honestly, you just made it a bigger mess. Hell, I died a lot of times thanks to you. Look, I'm trying, Jimmy. Okay, I'm trying. Cut a guy some slack here. Sorry. Oh, don't worry, I killed you tons of times too. Yes, you have. Really? Then I guess we're even. Quick to bounce back, aren't you? You weren't that upset, were you? All I cared about if you did. Anyway, who's the person? Rikako. Kako Uematsu. She helped you? She's a Fujiyoshi person to the core. But I'm sure she's the best person here. Sure, she's rampantly superstitious and super conservative, but also refined, devoted. And she treats outsiders as well as outcasts like me like equals. She isn't disgusted by us. Bedroom, woman servant who took in anything, huh? Fujiyoshi had a good old ex about it. It's probably her. She's like a huge pile of all things good about the past. You fell for her too, didn't you? Not really. Liar. Well, I can see the appeal though. Anyway, she's an anomaly here in Fujiyoshi. Even in Count Fujiyoshi? Yeah, the Uematsu are on the decline, and well, it's a family. With circumstances, everyone knows it. Oh. She's pretty, but also too weird for most to deal with. Nosato Blockhead is probably her only fan. She barely gives him the time of day, though. Chami grinned cruelly. She was pretty hard on him, huh? I see, so why are you indebted to her? For many things, she defended me during the feast, became my shield when someone went wild and tried to kill me, and took in the corruption among other things. What do you mean? Do you remember how, in this timeline, the local old man and Mochi both die at the same time? How she becomes a Yamabito the next day? Yeah, I do. You know something about it? Yeah, I need explanations on that one. Because that's something that didn't get answered. The old man actually got the jump on Mochi. Interesting. You killed the old man. You should have died of the corruption. Huh? I'm surprised that you killed him, but the old wolf guy killed Mochi? That pisses me off. I was pretty surprised too. When we split up and searched for them, found Mochi already dead. Old man laughed and attacked me so reflexively, you know. I need time. So he's planning on getting away if he lost the vote and if it meant killing someone? Yeah. Kanzo probably suspects that too, so in timelines where he's alive, he just hangs him by force. It's weird. Killing more than one per day or trying to run away means death. Yeah, I know that better than anyone. How do you plan to avoid dying? Was he just not thinking about it? He was just too senile to think that far ahead. Is that possible? Honestly, can't help but feel like he chose to kill out of malice. Really had to find a way to get some information out of him. Wait, more importantly, how did you survive after splash of the old wolf guy? Told you, Rikako took in the corruption for me. I mean, she passed out the feast penalty to herself? Yeah. After splash of the old man, I was like, oh man, did I mess up? Guess this is it for me this time. As Rikako came out of the mist, she was surprised, but said, you will not die. I'll take in your sin and corruption. You sound just like her. No, right? Should we really talk about this so casually? The soul and mood have vanished. We're now talking about this stuff over a few beers. I think it's fine. We're not murderers yet. Let the past loops get to you and you'll go nuts in no time. This is bothering me so much, you took care of it like it was nothing. Oh well, I guess I'll take it easy. Anyway, Rikako protected me, so I went back to change my clothes. We talked then, remember? Who's there? Oh, Haruaki. Wow, Jimmy, yet again? What a twist. What's that supposed to mean? Sorry, but you should stay there right now. This might be really bad. Huh? Hold on, open up. Oh yeah, you were changing out your bloody clothing back then. Yep, I like that getup, so I have a spare. Not sure much, I did feel that she said that. Anyway, you went against the 1 per day rule. Yeah, from my experience, you always suffer the corruption the night after breaking it. That timeline was the only exception. Since Rikako had taken it and she had the corruption went to her, huh? But was she supposed to be torn apart? That's Yomi's corruption. Yomi's corruption. The strongest, worst corruption. Touching it makes you Yomabito. Chami was now acting afraid of something. Okay, so I get why you feel indebted to Rikako. Why you wanted to give up on the feast and how you got here. Now for a more serious question. Probably won't like this, but it's necessary to get to the heart of the matter. Can you help me out? Of course, if it's something you can't handle, you could just stop. Chiemi lightly nodded. You are invested in something supernatural that the others here aren't. One of them is the corruption, the other is God. Tell me about both. Remember everything even when you die. So I don't wanna. You'll hate and be disgusted by me forever. I don't want that. You're the only one who can understand me. It's fine. I didn't feel much about you being a murderer, right? But it's fine. You promise you won't hate me? Promise. After a few seconds of hesitation, she finally gathered her resolve. She then put her hand inside the collar and took something out. A metallic trinket on a metal chain, showing 3 symbols. A whirl like a diamond was the sign of the Yomatsu Okami. I remember the time I picked it up at Serenega after I went against Chiemi as a snake. So it belonged to her, huh? Yeah, I wanted to... Yeah, no, I don't think any of us had that. This is... No. Don't look! Sarazawa, I'm sorry. That is a corruption not even I can take in. Came back to me. Rikako had discovered something pendant-like that Chiemi was wearing. To that, Chiemi went nuts and ran off into the mist. And that meant that when I found Serenega on the other timeline, it had been dropped by her after she jumped off the cliff. I finally realized another thing. Here, the talisman with the sign of the Yomatsu Okami, Yomi itself, was the worst of omens, and actually wearing it couldn't have been a good thing. It could only represent the worst, most fearful and maddening of things. It's something I've been wearing since I was little. You know what this means, right? A whirl and a claw, the sign of the Yomatsu Okami, the lord of the corrupted hunting grounds. Why do you have that? Because I'm corrupted. My old name was Chiemi Miguruma. Miguruma. The tower lookouts, the top of the 4 head families of Kevin Fujiyoshi, the snake. Chiemi Miguruma was the daughter of the snake. She didn't have any siblings, so she was supposed to become the wife of the man who would be adopted and become the head of the family. At least, until she was 5. Jimmy's eyes turned dry and empty. That day, I playfully opened the iron door to the basement of the 3rd lookout. I was told never to go there, and the door had that symbol on it. And... Calm down, Jimmy. You saw dogs, didn't you? She came back to her senses and the light returned to her eyes. I knew it. I could see part of the conspiracy. The dogs bit you, right? Yeah. As it became harder for her to speak, she pulled up her sleeves to show me her wrists. They were old, but clearly visible scars on them. Anyone who takes in Yomi's corruption will eventually go mad and die. We Migurumas had that drilled into our heads since we were little. Why do the Miguruma have them? Serenega isn't the only entrance to Yomi. It has its mouth open in many places. The Uematsu family used to protect us against it, but they couldn't do it anymore, so... The Miguruma took it upon themselves? Chiemi nodded. A daughter who received Yomi's corruption wasn't suitable for the Miguruma. That's why, just like Mochi, I was disowned. Sorry, I've calmed down now. Don't force yourself. It's fine. I had my surname changed to that of a branch family and was set to Yasumizu. Again, just like Mochi. Huh, so they changed surnames because of the disowning. Oribe was probably Kaori's maiden name, but yeah. See how they worked around this. No one seemed to know that you were a Miguruma, though. Miguruma are a very secretive family. They hide any births and deaths in the family for about 10 years. Can't shut up gossip, can you? Miguruma can. The people who do the reports and everyone at the funeral home are Miguruma. See, but why are they so secretive? I left when I was little, so I can't be sure. But they probably think that secrets have power. They do. Secrets, mysteries can mobilize people, huh? Intelligence management was extremely important when keeping a group in line, especially for the Miguruma who were doing something dangerous. This pendant is proof of the corruption. I am corrupted, so I'm fated to become part of the Yomi. But I was told that it would hold the corruption back and keep it under control until the time came. Yomatsu Okami were scary Yomibito, which I believe controlled other Yomibito, so I thought this would keep me a corrupted Yomibito from going wild. I was really scared of that happening. That was nothing more than her earnest beliefs. That's why I understood how pure and profound her feelings were. She came to know immense despair at an extremely young age. So you went to Yasumizu, and then what? Well, I went nuts. I was young, but I knew that I was corrupted and sent to a corrupted place. Tai was my primary victim. She was the one in charge of the dining hall. I always refused the food. Oh, so that's why they're still so distant. I entered elementary school as Serizawa. And I was the only student from Yasumizu back then. It was pretty hard. I was bullied, and if I fought back, they'd team up and make me out to be the bad guy. Kind of worked out because the teacher knew what was going on. But then the teacher transferred to another school. My situation got really bad. Then Oribe and family moved in. Then Yasu, Haru, and Yoshi started going to school. Became the big sister character, so I had to do my best. And then, well, you know, kick the crap out of someone. Kick the crap out of someone. Well, I got chewed out and punished pretty harshly. Might have made the situation worse for Yasumizu. But all the bullying stopped. I'm so proud of what I did. I see. So that was why the children here adored her, but she felt awkward around the adults. So it was a conscious sense of duty that made you do it. Mostly just pissed. Don't mind. It's cool. She's a pretty rough girl. But at the core of it all, there was the fear of the corruption, right? Deep down, you were scared by the thought you'd go insane eventually, or just desperate. You know everything, don't you? Sorry, I don't mean to seem like a know-it-all. It's fine, I'm glad I have someone who at least tries to understand me. Jimmy giggled. She could laugh at it now. Probably only because she'd grown up and realized a few things. Did you look into it a lot when you left for college? Like, about the dogs and stuff? Yeah. So should you really be afraid of them? Scared of God and its corruption. The science behind the disease doesn't change much. Yeah, let's talk about it. In one of the timelines I was in, I met God. Huh? Pretty sure I know what kind of thing God is. But I feel like it's a bit different from the image of God you gave me. Jimmy, can you see God as in visually? Everyone has met God. Maybe they just can't see it. You think it's insane, right? Looping God stuff are already pretty insane, to be honest. I'm ready to accept anything at this point. How flexible? Are you an octopus? Why did everyone like comparing me to weird stuff so much? Yeah, I can see it. Is it different than the three you see when you get the blessing of the wolf? God is on everyone. Even the little girls like Mako? It's not really clear on her. It seems big, though, whatever it is. It's probably the dreamer. I was told that there are 3 gods in Yasumizu. Huh? Who told you that? That's a secret. The only Yasumizu gods I know are Shinai and God. Shinai is a god too. Is a god, no? Shinai is a god, but not the god I have in mind. The god on Haru is the one you're thinking of, right? Yeah. Think I get it. Really, tell me more. Not right now. Hey, don't be like that. No. At this point, I was now able to split up and think about the problems I was involved with right now individually. One problem was the prevention of the Feast of the Omi Purge. Another problem was the prevention of the giant monster's resurrection. And the third problem was the ending of the loop. They were all related, but they need different solutions. And to fix the first one, the feast, I have to use the looping to do something about God. Specifically, the god that had Chiemi, as well as everyone else in Yasumizu completely imprisoned. Weak, powerless god, my ass. This one was a pain to deal with because they were powerless. I had to be careful about how I dealt with it, as well as Chiemi, God's prisoner. I'll keep it a secret for a while longer. Why? Because I know that secrets have power. We continued exchanging info. Couldn't keep the sheep hidden, so I started with that. When I look back, I always see a sheep, and that's probably the reason why I keep my memories. What about you? Don't remember anything like that. Okay. That meant the reason she kept her memories was different from mine. Also, her memory retention was less consistent than mine. Some memories actually felt like a dream for her and often lacked clarity. She said that for all she knew, she might have looped a lot more times than she realized. Curious why she kept her memories, but I set it aside for now. Anyway, according to the sheep, the loops were happening because of the dream. Thought it over on my own way, the things they quickly shared with me. Something had absorbed Fujiyoshi and its general area into a dream. It was absurd, but I had to accept it. An area of some square kilometers had been detached from the real world, meaning that it was like a virtual reality. The space could be restarted and probably had different fluids of time. I'd spent a lot of loops here, but I bet not even a second had passed in reality. This dream could happen over and over without wasting any time. They gave the mastermind behind it countless chances to create the ending they wanted, and once that happened, the dream would stop being a dream. Become prophetic, basically. Or basically, stop being reset as just a dream and turn everything what happened into reality. That meant that I could be going about my business, still thinking about what I could retrain on. The master of the dream could just yank the rug out from under me and be like, nope. This was as if the reality had an intrusive editor who had the author to turn on anything he didn't like in a dream. Man, that was messed up. According to the sheep and Chibi's info, the range of the dreams had changed. At first, the dream had just looped around, but when some outsider came in, it started going all weird and shit. He made a huge mess of things, and that's right there's the result. The dream changed because of me? That there was a change. Mako wandered in. Your arrival was the third change since Mako came in. The starting point moved about 12 hours, too. No idea how many loops the sheep had been through since starting, but it did mention that things didn't change much at the start. That meant the result was the same no matter how much the dream repeated, far from the ending the dream its architect desired. That was when they brought the first outsider, probably Chiemi. Method was most likely moving the dream's start sometime further. When Chiemi returned to Fujiyoshi, it already entered the dream, unwittingly became trapped in the loop. Because of the start of the loop, the starting point was pushed a bit later. Chiemi became a character in the dream. Chiemi was the first one who had memories of the previous loops, and with her joining, the dream began to change. However, those changes didn't satisfy the mastermind, especially with Chiemi not really doing anything constructive. Thus, they moved the start a bit later again, this time taking to Mako, who, from what it seemed, didn't have memories of the previous loops. It wasn't hard to guess that nothing was changed by her joining. The third one to enter was me. And I, unaware of the mastermind's plot, tried out various things to end up fulfilling their wishes. Sheep said the mastermind still didn't know about its involvement. However, they must have known that Chiemi and I often did unexpected things, though I wasn't sure if they were aware that we had our memories. They either don't know about it or just didn't know the cause. So I guess we shouldn't reveal that we remember this stuff, huh? Especially around the people of Yasumizu. Huh, what, you're saying one of them is the mastermind? It's likely, at the very least. I'm pretty sure Miguruma have nothing to do with the looping. Why? Because their goal is different than the Great Lord Shinai. But who could it be? Who's hiding another god? Is it possible for a person to hide their god from your sight? Can't really see the gods of the people I don't know. See. Basically, her ability was like an eye for reading people. Even though you couldn't know for sure based on her face, some people could intuitively figure out certain things about others just finding out more about them. In her case, such info was just more visual. Might have been like synthesia. People of the world have perceived numbers as colors. With that in mind, I shouldn't have expected her supernatural power to be the solution to the supernatural issue. Instead, she should rely on her ability to retain memories. What do we do now? I'd like to see more endings so I can help set up some conditions. The only outcome I know are the ones that wolves achieve a flawless victory, the one where humans achieve a normal victory, and one where wolves achieve a Pyrrhic victory. Pyrrhic victory end up summoning the monster, so that's no good. But I don't actually know the exact cause of the summoning. Was it related to the feast? Or did I step on some other landmine? I have no idea. That's why I think we have to try challenging the feast a whole bunch more times. Seriously? Yeah. But running off to the forest, I have a good time there. We'll die, right? Might be a way out somewhere. Oh, that's true. Let's search for one. Honestly, I didn't think it would get us any closer to the truth, but I didn't put much effort into protesting either. She'd been in so many feasts that became traumatic for her. She went to avoid going through it again. She didn't want to be more aware of what kind of murder she was becoming. Alright. I would do this with her until she was satisfied. If this was a challenge without the real end, it was worth it as long as she could find peace. Try to use the memories to quickly fix the bike and leave. Try going through Serenega before the mist came. Okay. Wait until the mist came and tried to leave through the forest in full hiking gear. Got from the convenience store. No idea why they were selling that. Then we were either engulfed in the mist and died before realizing it, or we're engulfed in the mist and died without getting anywhere. The latter cases, Chiemi either died by breaking apart again, or we were caught by the monsters. After trying it enough times, we both became used to it. Oh, I'm crumbling again, she'd say. Then let's stop, I'd reply as we aimed our guns at each other and killed one another. Jesus Christ. This is a weird relationship. Taking advantage of shortcuts like that, we came back over and over again and tried again. Nothing seemed to work, so we tried spending a night outside after the mist came. Got rid of the dogs with water and guns. Quickly found out this was a mistake, so Chambi couldn't keep her presence of mind. Unable to bear the tension and fear, she would mumble something about God and either run off or kill herself. But no matter what happened afterwards, I'd end up getting killed by the monster-looking thing. Whether the monster was actually real or not wasn't a problem anymore. I already known that any rule breakers would be punished. The problem here was that Chambi still wanted to continue these pointless loops. Let's go there this time. Let's hide here this time. Patiently played along. We saw there was no point in this. Either play along with her attempts to escape about 50 times. We continued to do this for a while before I told her to let me try something, and somewhat forcefully took the lead. I wanted to try was a feast victory with minimal casualties and how many days could be passed without murder. For that, we had to figure out what sort of rules govern the Guardian assignments. Actually, I had an idea for how it worked. The first time, the time I was a snake, the time I was a wolf, and the time Chambi had first become a wolf. Over them all, I noticed that there were trends to Chambi's tendency to become a wolf or Mochi's tendency to be a monkey. To find out the nature of those trends, I wrote down the Guardian distributions I knew on the table. First tried putting the names in order, then writing down their guardians, but didn't find any patterns there. Then had the idea by basing it on their dwelling locations, and bingo. The monkey was dependent on where people lived, and they didn't change across loops. It was clear that Takumi intended to get the snake, and I'd gotten it instead of him that time because our houses were close together. Same could be said about Kaori and Yoshi getting the crow. Basically, the guardians were given out to the houses rather than people. I was familiar of a way of allocating data that changed slightly, but not by a lot. Knew that means bring about such results. Ghost-like lottery. It wasn't a completely random method. Even if you used tons of lines, the results wouldn't split up properly without intent. And if there were new possible options, the results wouldn't change without removing or adding new lines. If you added 2 or 3 new options to a ghost-like lottery, you would add them to the right, and a few branches, that would leave the left side mostly unaffected. 2 or 3 lines would just shift the result a bit to the side, but not much farther than that. It had to be it, right? As in somebody held a ghost-like lottery to decide who got which guardian. That theory of mine sought out a particular person. Mochi. Hey, Mochi. Whoa, why do you know my nickname? Ignore that and just look at this. It's a popular puzzle. Can you write down a ghost-like lottery with these results? I want you to make it so that removing this line does this and adding a line here does this. What? I have no idea how to do that. Just whatever feels right to you. Oh. Like this? He actually met the conditions perfectly. How like him. Like how a puzzle like this can be popular. His talent for getting the answer right without proof is actually scared me. It was a talent that could turn society on its head, but it wasn't important at the moment. Mochi is just chaos incarnate, like I said. To see whether the ghost-like lottery was usable, I attacked the Masato mansion once. Specifically, I broke the windows the day before the mist came, and he was so scared that he just returned to Kamafujiyoshi next morning. My theory was that the lottery began with the settlement's upper region. That was why adding new people to the empty houses affected the Guardian assignments, while Kiyono continued to be human. Thus, without him, the roles would have to change drastically. With those conditions, I tried a case where Mamiya and Hashimoto both died while I took the Gensan's dude's place. Ended up being the snake while Chambi was the badger. The wolves ended up being Yoshi and Mochi. The ghost-like lottery was completely accurate. I also tried looking into how the distribution worked before Mako came. Apparently there was a human missing in the middle. They confirmed that the guardians weren't handed out by supernatural force, but through this ghost-like lottery. Using this, I could also create lots of patterns. By changing my residence, I could get whatever guardian I wanted. A good one would allow me to get through it without any problem. I would have to be the spider. At that moment, I excitedly told Chimmy that the feast was as good as ours. I'd never forget the dead eyes she looked at me with. So when will it end? Finally realized I made a huge oversight. Chiemi had passed her limit long ago. I'd forgotten that my sense for such things was a bit different than a normal person's. Wanted to clear the feast with a minimal number of deaths to find out how many days could go by without murder. It required the agreement of all the participants. It was something I could do by myself, and I needed Chiemi to try with me. I didn't mind looping about 100 times more. She, however, didn't want to loop ever again. She tried weird things before because she wanted to try a method that could let her win quickly and easily, even if it was absurd. In her eyes, my plan to loop hundreds upon hundreds of times in a case of trial and error was simply unacceptable. I was killed. She wanted to kill me, and so she shot me right up front. Haruaki. What if the winning move is to kill you 100 times? Well, shit. Realized that I'd never considered what a threat Chiemi with memories could be. I was killed over and over again. Over and over. Sometimes she killed me right upon seeing me in the darkness of Serenega or the dining hall. Jesus Christ. This is so damn fun. Your expression is so new to me. I love it. She's psycho again, but for different reasons. Sometimes she acted out events like I'd remember them, then grinned and killed me when I was completely defenseless. Did you forget? Too bad. Chiemi Dark Edition is still alive. Apparently she didn't remember things until I provoked it somehow. That must have been because the number of loops she spent alone was way lower than the number of loops since we started sharing memories. Her loop count was probably way over 100. She was a whole lot more damaged than I first thought. Oh, but after she killed me 63 times, it finally got to me. I've been attacked at Serenega about 20 times now. Half those times she just blasted me with both shotguns at the same time, just like this time. Otherwise she used traps or feints to corner me, then finished me off. So, she had no idea how to handle a situation in which I survived her first shotgun blast. No. Why? No? No what? I cough. I think I feel about getting killed over and over. Honestly, I even expect to find a bulletproof vest in that convenience store. Dude, this convenience store is fucking everything. Didn't protect me completely, though. It just kept my torso from being blown to pieces. Ribcage was shattered, and the internal injuries were doubly fatal. Still, I had enough life for me to catch her off guard and fight back. Jimmy, how do you want to die? Oh, man. This is so satisfying. What will I do next time, though? What will she do to me after this? Would this just continue forever? This might have been an actual dead end. Man, such a damn pain in the ass. End of the line for me this time. Sorry. Could she still breathe? My conscience faded about the same time as I delivered the final attack. Good lord. Next loop came. I entered Yasubiza through Serenega and encountered Chiemi, just like always. This time was different, though. She didn't have any weapons. Chiemi didn't attack me or run. She just vacantly looked at nothing in particular. Nice to meet you, Chiemi. Sat down next to her. Nice to meet you, Haruaki. What a mechanical response. Saying each other's names on our first encounter became common practice since we started sharing memories of loops. However, neither of us said anything more this time. It was awkward. Felt like we just had a fight. Well, not like we hadn't. What is it? Are you mad? I don't have a reason to be. Yeah, but you are mad. The pain in the ass hurt a bit to hear. Hey, you don't get teary at me now. And I fought back only once. There was no love in the way you killed me. Now that's a quote. Well, I didn't mean for there to be any love in it, and I don't know how I'd feel if you told me that your kills did. I know. I know what you mean. Got so carried away. Killing you helped me forget the feeling of isolation. I could kill you countless times, do whatever to you, so I thought you'd forgive me always. That's just awful. Sorry. Last loop, I realized that I really was being a pain in the ass for you, but you only saw this whole thing in terms of your own goal. What? It wasn't our goal to you. I was just side character to you, and that matters to you is whether I'm useful or not. I'm only said that because I was just a bit pissed, that's all. That's a lie. You lie so much. I finally realized. You scare me. Even more than God. Being hurt, killed, or simply glared at by you scares me more than anything. That's how much I love you. You're scary because I love you, and I love you because you're scary. I want to kill you because I love you, and I love you so much I want to kill you. I know that's weird, but that's why I realize I really do love you. But it's a feeling that's not mutual at all. I wouldn't have changed you if I wasn't killing you, right? Stop with the You always say that before telling a lie. Not going to eat? I have a bunch of allergies. What do you mean by I already tried it? It's something random. Something random I thought up on the spot. You'd be surprised how convincing mysterious words can be. Haruaki Fusaishi, graduate student at Tokyo. Hey, who are you really? Student, a doctor, a detective, or just a murderer? Know anything anymore. Love you, want to kill you, you scare me, I want to be close to you, run away from you, become one with you. Want everything you are, but I can tell you don't want that. I don't know what'll happen after that. I fear that maybe just killing you over and over would keep me happy if it scared me. Jesus Christ. I always thought this was hell. But maybe it's actually heaven? Right. Pushed her into the river. What are you doing? What are you doing? Kissing you. I mean the pushing! She doesn't care if I kiss her, she just cares that I pushed her into the water. Oh, just thought, what the hell is this girl who killed me dozen times saying? I figured I had to get back at you somehow. Okay, repeat after me. I won't do what people don't want me to do. Won't do what people don't want me to do. Just so you know, I don't like being killed over and over, so find a better way to express your love. It hurts. Sorry. Now look back at all that's an expression of love, and I don't hate you. I like how insane you are. Really? I mean, no. I won't let you fool me. If that's true, why you been calling me just Jimmy after we started sharing memories? You noticed? I did. Because liking someone and dating them are two different things. I do like you, but I'd say our compatibility is the worst, or maybe too good. We're together for long, we'll just become more and more insane even after we get out of here. Well, there are societies where you can get by just being a bit weird, but I think that we both should look for someone more normal. I've kind of got close to someone else. Rikako? Yeah, and Haru. When did that happen? After you killed yourself. Oh well. Basically, you want to choose someone other than me, even though neither of them even know about you now. It's not it, just that I end up providing them really awful deaths. After that, I've been left with feelings of guilt and desire to at least make them happy next time around. It'd be insurance to choose you while I still feel that way, right? Insincere, sorry. About as insincere as pushing me down and kissing me? That kiss was a payback for all the murders. Okay, fine. But really, my lips are enough for that? Taste was great. Ugh. Then I remember something. It's about the quiz you gave me. You being a thirsty perv is a bad answer, you innocent little girl. You dummy. I'll kill you. I won't kill you. Date me already. Come on. This is it. This is exactly what I wanted. Love this mix of happiness and embarrassment. It sustains me. Then, no. If I do that, you'll find happiness in this looping hell and stop wanting to leave it. I don't mind that. Like hell, that's not how you were at the start, right? Looping warps people, even if I was no exception a couple times. Even if you could tough it out, dying hurts, it's something no one wants. Imagine if this goes on forever and we keep dying over and over, maybe at each other's hands. I'm not confident I can keep liking you in that scenario. Can't deny that either, can you? As long as the loop continues, we won't expire due to old age. And just pile memory upon memory as we go. Imagine if we end up hating each other. This would be true hell. I don't want that. I really don't. What a crybaby. Shut up, psychopath. Murder just called me a psychopath. Anyway, I try to stay honest from now on. Can't date you while counting on an escape that's not yet in sight. Thus I said it. This what it means to be heartbroken? Yeah. No, huh? Nope. Oh. Sorry for killing you so many times. I got my payback. Sorry for killing you last time. It was just one time, but it was really cruel. I was so scared. Sorry. Sorry, I've been a pain in the ass. Sorry for not being more considerate. Won't do that again. Do enjoy the attention you give me, though. Really. Really, you should think about whether you want to kill or date me. You're right. I had so many dreams of murder that I forgot what's what. I want to forget everything. Let's go to the hanging pine and jump into Serenega head first like this. Why? Maybe the head trial will help us forget what we don't want to remember. I like that. It's like a couple suicide. Really might have been insane. Or maybe that could just be about everyone who was in love. Oh my god. Can't see the bottom from here. Yeah. Can we really die if we fall? Pretty sure we will. What if we fall on a flat part of the cliff, survive and suffer? Got any other ideas, Jamie? Well, maybe we'll fall in the same spot if we hug each other. Hopeless romantic. Yeah. Huh? What's wrong? At this inappropriate moment, I realized something. I just thought that I should be the one at the bottom and take the brunt of the impact. Wow, you're gonna protect me? But then I wouldn't hit my head and forget, right? Not what I mean. It's not? I just figured, since I can loop back if I die. It's not right. I mean, I'm the one who's gonna loop back. Exactly. I've been going through this while ignoring one of the main issues here. From my perspective, I obviously don't remember what happens after I die. And I always go back to the start after just a moment. But now that I think about it, the same is true for you, right? Because we don't have consciousness when we're dead. Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, you told me about things that happened after I died, so it's like, huh? Exactly, we talked about loops and whether either of us weren't present, but we still don't know the condition that actually causes the loop to reset. Thought that everything after my death just wouldn't happen. Same here, but we proved that's not how it works. Then when does the world loop back? It has to be some sort of day like our starting point, right? What's the longest you survived? The feast back when we ended in 4 days. It's probably 10 days or 2 weeks. Wait, hold on. I feel like I'd survive way longer than that. My longest is a week, but now that I think about it, it could happen a while after we die, like a year. Yeah, no matter how much time passes after we die, we won't be able to perceive it. For all we know, the world could be looping after billions of years with the end of the universe. It's not impossible. I don't think this is quite that ridiculous. We know that someone is behind all this, and that they're creating a loop to bring back the monster. And so it's best to believe the loop happens once they fail to do that. It's true. That means if they fail, they would loop back if we were alive. Have you ever had that happen? You didn't even know if you were dead or not, but for some reason you looped back? It did. When Kiori went out of control and I happened to survive. I left by the bus, and same here. Happened when I was trying to move to Fujiyoshi and the officer chased me out. Hell, the same happened when we tried to escape by bike. Forgot about that. How mean. Of course, it could be that we just crashed in the mist, but the memories aren't clear. And that's weird because we don't remember just this one thing. Must be another trigger to activate a loop. This is a dream, right? Whose is it? The Shiba told me that their opponent was Dreamwielder. The culprit tries to make their plot come to fruition in the dream. If they fail or die, they restart the dream? That's a clue. Can we get out? It won't be that easy, huh? I fell silent. After looking at the void before me. What do you want to do? Keep trying? Yeah. But I do want to try falling here at least once. You masochist. Memories of all the murders I committed are heavy, and I don't want to keep repeating this. Even if I can't forget it all, I need a bit of change of pace. Crushing your skull for a change of pace, huh? What if you lose some important memories? Sure, it'll be fine. The Haruaki and Jimmy I know can find things out like your son. Things like your sudden realization just fine. What if we forget we know each other? That'd be good, actually. Be a chance for me to make a fresh start with you. This old masochist is pretty hung up on the idea of taking a drive in your embrace there. Might be my last chance for that. After all, I'd rejected her. I tasted the sentimentality behind a couple's suicide actually surviving is pretty insincere, but pretty juicy, huh? Really know how your mind... I really like how your mind works in these situations. Jesus Christ, really? You like it? I do. Do you love it from the bottom of your heart? Right before I was talking, my mouth was closed shut. My lips kept my words short. Not bad. Get a grip, Haruaki. If you're gonna forget this, at least spoil me one bit. No guarantee we'd forget it. Oh well. Love you, Jimmy. Love you too much. Man, that sounds like a lie. Sorry, I seem like a swindler. Heh, you really do. I love you too, Haruaki. Good lord, this has been a long chain. Then, yeah. We take one final leap, and now I get to go somewhere else, with the hope of starting anew. Freeing all the nonsense, pain, hatred, and sadness, we instantly smiled at each other. And with shared hope, we jump off the cliff. Splat. Distant light. Good lord, we got a lot of information there. Yeah. Yeah, we are. I'm gonna want the hint for this. This will be the last thing for tonight. You did, Chief. You've taken key 3, one of the final keys. Let's move on to the summary and hint. Bunch happens at Chiemi-chan's mind. Yeah, a bunch happens a lot, yeah. Here, the secrets around Chiemi were cleared up for the most part. Well, Haruaki went through a rather harrowing experience, but he's gained an ally, so all good, I guess. By the way, key 3 unlocks. 6, Darkness, select Trap. You have to jump far ahead, but next up is making peace with a stubborn one. Look forward to it. Yeah. That's enough. Yeah. I want to scan everything that key 3 will unlock at this point in time. So, got my key 3. I need 3, 8, 19. I need 8 and 19 for this one. That's when things go. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, there was nothing here. Okay. So it would be under darkness. But anything else over here that I could do with? No, I think I got everything on this. Yeah, I got everything on this one. Okay, anything else? 15. Conclusion. Yep. Next up is going to be darkness. So 18, 90 to 20 and 3. Select trap. So I'm going back here. Alright, I'm going to save. Boom. Right there, I'm going to save it there, and we'll continue this another time. Probably not tomorrow. I'll probably either do Armored Core or some MechWarrior Online. Or maybe start something new. Who knows? Alright. But until then, this is Firemeer signing out. Good night, everybody.